a 2-2 split. You can see they've got the two players down there, AKOP and a Tanky on the low ground in the buildings. And then up top, they've got their other two, WizGod and, of course, Aru there. Just finding the angles. Trying to keep that one secure with APG to their north side. The hilltop looking fairly solid. Falcons trying to move in from the north side. The blue zone is upon them, and it is getting to be a little bit more than a tickle. And they'll have to move a little bit faster, but there's not too many open spaces ahead of them. This wide flank may be needed to go to the west and challenge for a hilltop. Oh, it's dangerous on the approach here. A lot of open ground.
That being said, the fact the Falcons have 3 players is sort of impressive, no? I don't know how they've managed to do it. And they might just cut themselves a slice on this northeast side, which seems to be the case here, John. And they're just swinging straight through. And might even get a central spot on the back of it.
No way. I don't think it's going to be super safe, though. You can see they have to hit down in the dip there, around that roadside. A lot of hills with oversight, but they have a building to play with, Blank. It might not be much, but it's home for the Falcons for the time being, and maybe until the end of their match here. 9Z, after winning against Reject, got that recall on the south side, and now they're careening on through. This is a challenge towards APG's position. They will have to fight someone in that area, whether it's APG or if it's DK up to the top.
I mean, 9ZG will just send it through. APG's not really taking too many shots. They swing wide of them, outside of the angles. Sightline's not quite there, but Azure was actually able to pick Raze out of the vehicle.
Going for the explosive arrow. Go on. Hit with the Legolas. Oh, not going to connect on that one, not just yet, but Reyes down on the outside against APG's firing squad. They have turned all their attention up north. I think there's shots coming in through from OG as well. Across the way, you can see that on the minimap. Everybody wants a piece. The Wolves are crashing into D+ as well. In the meantime, they pushed up from the south. They have to transition to the east. So the Wolves committing here. I mean, it's an interesting choice, but they want to clear out this threat first before moving out east. Nolbu repositioning far off to the north. Might need to get in on this fight and find a high angle. You can see he's moving up to the tree line. They know there's a threat. They know there's danger, and they need the vehicle to get out of there. Chips, watch your feet. Drops a nade under himself and needs to get out of there. Moving his angle off as Coop steps out wide.
But D+ is pretty much the same squad that won over in 2024. Now looking to send it slightly further here. You have the lineup versus the Wolves.
D+ there. Genji now. Riding in. I think the Wolves might not be long for it. Yeah, there's Sutton able to find Doran on the spray down. Nolbu steps out wide. A challenge. Isn't good for the first. But there's the little hop out. Swift with it. But there's backup. I don't think he's got anything to do here, as the Wolves might just be able to come out victorious.
Stage 4 was still able to get that first aid kit off. Tiamba off the distance, taking shots over towards GS. Nade through the top window might be the play here. The bottom one though instead. Igors will move off to the side. Ball push up from him will pay off. Last grenade now for Osel versus Igor. Does it hit?
Oh, that's good.
Just on target. The blue zone will finish the job for him.
Sorry, yeah, he doesn't get the point on that one, though, with that blue zone final tick down. Alter Ego crashing in, trying to move in towards Team Secret, but they are being rebuffed immediately. Finally, an answer, an opener found for Alter Ego. Maybe they can move in on that north side. They're going to have to shift all the way south, and it is a deadly fight here. Papara Supermassive might chime in third party. In fact, they do. They've already found a shot over towards Team Secret, and the rest of them go in. It's Alva. It's all up to him. Needs to pick his teammates up. He's definitely going to need to come up big and be the main component of the team for now, but Papara Supermassive want to slow them down. The nades are coming in, Blank. There's no time.
I think that Alva here is going to be a very, very difficult res, but if that first nade is terrible, like it is from Lost, then Maybe he's able to get out of there. Snake's able to get off towards the side. Krypton likely to be flushed out at this point in time. Alva needs to provide some sort of assistance in this moment. Rosemary will hit the deck once again off a stray grenade, and Kamikaze starts to push upwards. A smoke goes down to try and keep the team under wraps. Alva has a lot to do.
Rosemary's up, he's immediately back down. Alva still alive, just about on the last lifeline here as the flushes are coming through on his teammates. He steps up for a little bit more. Alva still playing around the smoke, seemingly ethereal to Papa Supermassive, but surely they find him. It is a little bit of a game of cat and mouse there, but finally the snap shut of the trap is good and Alva falls.
I think Lost was as confused as we were watching Alva slowly crawl his way out from the smoke. I think he just basically begging for mercy at that point. Yeah, rough. But still able to finish off Team Secret. Unfortunate for Alter Ego there. A lot of teams rotating in from that north side, able to get a lot done. But it will be now the boys from Papra Supermassive continuing to clear. Good nade from AKOP down towards Go. Kraken does go down for it. These some very long nades as well.
Ooh, more shots, more shutdowns, but there's an answer. A little knock in response. Aru, though, able to dish it out and keep them pressed up against the blue zone blank, which is moving currently. It'll be very slow on their side. They're on a very short side of this circle, but it will put pressure on. And these reses needed to come through. Dangerous. Oh, I thought that nade might have found something, but the bounce just a little bit short. Still 2 players for Goat to try and stay alive. I don't know if they can even cross for this res. AKOP, last nade into the skies. It looks like it might be on target. Is it long enough, though? The bounce. Ooh, that deployable cover keeps them safe for just a moment longer.
I mean, some very, very good shots. I mean, Wiz got on the other side, taking down Tiamba. A-King's able to find the last player there from GS, but OG having quite a bit of control from this high ground. They are making quite a few enemies, though, in the process, and they will have to descend from here soon. But again, I think they've done enough in terms of casualties around the map that there's only a few sight lines looking over towards them, depending on how many smokes, what vehicles they have to work with. Could be quite a swift push down the hill.
Certainly could be. Chance to tumble on down. You have to choose it correctly. Falak under pressure now from the high ground as well. OG looking to try and make inroads now. Next circle comes through its south side a little bit, which means Papra Supermassive have to conclude their fight up here, but Loops have got a 1-for-1 trade right now on the Nox. Coutinho not finding that spray down over towards Nico as nades continue to tumble down. Rafinha has one more in the pocket, but they're not connecting, and the res has come through already. The nade just short of Kamikaze as he sidesteps it there. Papra Supermassive up to 10 eliminations now as they look for the flushes. Loops not able to find that weakness as Ratto Boy himself is down. They step up for the fight. A shotgun around a tree trunk, but it will be good for only one because Kamikaze still hot. Flies on in, the backline's brilliant. Kamikaze brutal as ever.
Just unreal. Hey, I'm not gonna say about purposes stuff. Kind of work, all right. 13 elims to start the day. Yeah. Good. To be fair, this is like not even their best map. I think Rondo's kind of play it really slow. I think they're one of the few teams that doesn't go for the 3-1 strat. Either they ball man and they just play it slow towards the end game, and just much prefer to run like sweep third party tactic. I really like it. I think the 3-1 strategy worked well. Meantime, you're going to see AK open the line up here. It is free pickings here for OG in terms of elims across the way. Unfortunately, there's a shot that comes back, though.
There's plenty of off angles taking a look out this way, and they didn't have enough pressure to keep this spraying. They will, though, to slow Goats down. That may be we're looking for. Maybe not the elims just yet. I wonder if it's going to connect. We can go for these reses here. There's 3 outside. Force them into a bad position because it's only the one player, but he's still got a little bit of fight left in him. Fortunately, 9Z across the way, keep OG safe.
Yeah, that's rough. There is some horrible angles on that high ground. It felt like Goat was winning that fight versus OG as well. The third party does come through, though, and will put an end to that. Papra Supermassive may have finally met their match here. They've been going from fight to fight. Now it's 9ZG. Kamikaze's down, as is Tron. Just last left alive here, and he's getting shot from multiple angles. Bapra Supermassive will go down in 6th. With 13 elims, though, it's not a bad start to their day.
15 points total, but now 9Z have started to rack up these tallies, and so have Inner Circle. 12 elims found for 9Z, and in Inner Circle, they got 10 already. They've been able to pick up so many of these points blank. It's really these 3 teams and nobody else that have been able to do the majority of the damage to the lobby so far. It's really beautiful to see. We'll see how much further they can go. At the moment, looks like everybody else vying for those spots, but it's APG in the center, and they're going to be the team to get rid of, to displace on their 2-2 split.
This is where I do get concerned slightly for OG, and we've seen them falter on these moments of the games before, where I think it's this next step that they struggle with a little bit. It's like, where do they go from here? What do they want to do? They want to sweep down towards that south side, that north side, sorry, because right now, like, the options are limited, and they're hoping for a south shift. I think they need to think about what they can do next. I mean, here, for instance, with Doc playing off all the way into the distance, this is typically where you go for a Hail Mary. But I think they're just going to go for a top 3 off the back of this one.
OG playing as 3, need to press that ridge line. And the circle might have to move first here. On a slightly faster side of the circle. They're all very, very close to it. It's only APG inside this one. 9Z. Ooh, they have been spotted. It's APG to take the shots out that way. OG have angles as well. There's the flash coming through. That's for Aru. Adding another point to the OG tally. Top denied that point there. Nicely found.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are just going to go for the top 3 off the back of it. They are going to send one downwards in Aru, but sight lines are clear there coming through from top. Won't quite find the knock, though. Nade's going to have to do the trick. Does find it with IQ from Inner Circle.
Ooh, looking for the nades over the top. That is not where you want to be putting the nade there, but Doc does go down. The Molotov is good for it. A little underarm, sure, but it's not going to be able to find that knock on the second player here for 9Z. Dashes across and actually gets to safety behind the shack. Doc is going out into the open. This is a Hail Mary if I ever saw one. He's just hoping nobody's looking. Because actually, Inner Circle has moved over to OG. Doc might actually be able to get there. No way is he going to be able to do it. As Inner Circle take on the forefront position for OG, but they only find the flash. They will not find a second. A tanky moving in, looking to try and take them down from the top rope, but no, the answer is good. The spray down is there. And APG, they do lose Doc finally, as he will not make that crawl. 9Z have descended. Goodness me, it's chaos on all fronts.
APG with a great nail towards WizGod, so OG do get themselves the top 4 off the back one. Not quite the top 3 I think they were hoping for there from that position, but still a pretty decent start to the first game of the day. Inner Circle, though, as 4 players, been a little bit more silent and deadly this game. Now looking to take on APG with just the 3 there. Doc on a very aggressive angle, let's say, and an even more aggressive crawl. I think he's the only player that could make a crawl look aggressive. And Circle shifts over towards the west. So there is now a little bit of difficulty here for IC. Even though they've got the 4 players on board, they are pushing out into open ground. You've got 9ZG, you know where they are. You've got APG, who know where they are. And let's also just mention the fact that APG is in a top 3 scenario, by the way, which feels weird.
It is, yeah, a little bit foreign, a little bit alien to us at the moment. But Inner Circle, I mean, you've got 13 elims on 9Z. You've got 14 elims coming through from Inner Circle. APG on a measly 6 right now. Comparatively weak for the moment. Small, little incremental approaches here. Looking at the utility, 12 smokes for APG.
I mean, again, it's just a testament to the strength of these players. The fact that Falak's playing and he's not feeling his best either, and still at this level is fairly incredible. And it's not like IC's had the most incredible path into this game either. They have just been brutalizing other players within this lobby. They sort of need to deal with the players from 9Z. But you do have APGs also watching these angles, so if they find anything, again, for IC, it's a question of vehicles and how they can make that rap, because I think at this point in time, like, this actually is not a bad rap to make for yourself, but you've got to hope that APG misses these shots, and I think IC realizes that a lobby like this is very unlikely.
I mean, you hope that they realize it here. The zone next will close completely central, Blank, and it really doesn't favor anyone. I mean, the only team on an outside position at the moment are in a circle. So maybe that will help them out. APG, I mean, they need to get out of there as well, but they do have vehicles potentially stowed away in and amongst those buildings that they could hop into. The nades, they're starting to fly.
No way.
Going long,
Not
quite on target. Ooh,
I see send them craters. I think that's all they can do. I think this is a smart play, especially here on Rondo, the destructible terrain. That's what they're going to go for. Okay.
At the moment, though, that smoke train, those huge number of smokes, I think that's 10 smokes just then invested by APG to be able to stretch out wide, move that vehicle into one of those craters. A first knock onto Noki is good, but it's now 9Z who are eating the majority of lead right now as they crawl on forwards. They don't have anywhere to go. They are probably in the worst position. A downhill approach out the back of a building. It's a tough time. Noki is there, but you can't stand up. You just can't go for that res. And another nade over the top from APG. They have got 3 more remaining. One's already in the sky.
Just Falak and T24 now. Falak's gonna make the big cross. T24 holds his angle. Now into a 2v2 here for APG versus IC.
Last nade loose for top. I think that's the last one that's in the pocket potentially. Or maybe they got one more. No, that is it, but it connects. And that's huge. It stops them from getting any more. But Falak with an answer. He's standing tall. And now top behind a tree trunk. Falak has the inside track here on the circle. Needs to stay strong for his team now more than ever. Top stands up. And the challenge is good. It is Falak to be able to fell the final beast in their way. APG will not get it. It is in a circle. The pride of Pakistan standing strong.
Craters on the ground, and what a meteoric entrance from IC during this game. They had very limited options, but worked with what they had. The nades out front to get the craters to hold on for just a little while longer. Those nades were insane, and the fact that Falak's to finish it off there, I mean, imagine what this guy is like on his good days.
Absolutely insane. My goodness me, what a close down on the day. Sorry, close down on the game, rather. A lot of flashy plays throughout the majority of that match as well, Blank. Papra Supermassive doing big stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Papra Supermassive get themselves a bunch of Elim points. APG actually towards the top 3, which is quite nice to see, getting the second place. Hopefully a little more of that, please. But in the meantime, I've got to hear what the guys on the desk had to say about that game.
And Inner Circle win the first match of Group Green, and they did it in style, Max. Hey, if Falak wasn't feeling too good going into today, I bet you he's feeling real good right now. That nade onto Zjol and then wins the 1v1. I mean, what more could you ask for?
No illness can take down Falak. No team can take down Falak. He is the demon here from Pakistan. He dominates on the battlegrounds, and he takes home the Rondo win as a solo at the end. So many eliminations. The nade were on point. The transitions were on point. And Iptura, we have to say, this is also off the back of winning the hot drop in Neox Factory versus Falcons. What is going on? This is the best start ever.
It's crazy.
I think you were muted there, Nipchura. Good job.
Great.
You say that again. Just say how excited you are. Do it.
Yes.
I'm very excited. I love them. Yay! I don't know if you can hear me.
Thank you.
The
Good job.
Maxman impression, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, dude. I think every Maxman impression right now because they are so excited that you did not pick this team because they're doing so good, Max.
You know what? I'm never going to pick Inner Circle ever again. They have a start like this, a game like this, beautiful. But the thing is, we're talking about Falloc. Look at the stats across the board. T24, 4 eliminations, almost 1,000 damage. IQ, the IGL of the team, gets 5 elims, almost 600 damage done. And look at especially how much damage they took, right, Niptura? Everyone took a beating, but they just kept coming back stronger and stronger and stronger. And especially those rotations on the eastern side, sweeping all of those eastern teams were a thing of absolute beauty this match. Loved it from start to finish.
It was so nice. And what I love as well is how methodical it was. They didn't rush around and go crazy, just get all the third parties. They really took their time with it. They paced themselves. They read the lobby. They understood who was where, what was going on, and they were really able to get the perfect timing based off that. So love how they've come in here. They're looking very relaxed. They look like, they know what they're doing. They're not really thinking they're, the newcomers anymore. They've been here and they've been doing so well all season. And now it's like, yeah, we're here, we're ready, we are ready to own the lobby, and that's exactly what they did.
Oh, unbelievable start. Another team that had a great, actually, a super massive start, Maxman, right? Was Papara. Are you kidding me? Tons of eliminations here off the rip.
I'd even say a Papara super massive start right here, coming out from Papara super massive Blaze. I mean, really good early game strategy, which is, in Rondo you have these big stone pillars that you can go for. You can actually climb them with a buggy. They sent a scout up there, and they had perfect oversight on everything and anything happening in the mid to later stages of these circles, which then you can see here, for example, this fight between Ultra Ego and Team Secret in the replays. They spotted that fight instantly. Hodges like, well, that's an easy not only entry point in the circle, it's also 3 points. And they did take a bit of time to find Alva in that smoke for sure, but eventually they do find it, and they get themselves a massive double-digit elimination game. I was doubtful. I mean, Niptura in our tier list, we put them in no way, Jose. They're not qualifying, but you know what? All the Turkish teams are dominating outside of Regnum, which is a bit weird.
Oh, man, that was absolutely crazy. As a matter of fact, I think Alva from Alter Ego is going to need some therapy after that one. He was just screaming in that smoke for just trying to survive, but he wasn't able to. But look at this score. Wow. I mean, Inner Circle, 28 points off the rip here, Niptura.
Oh my goodness me. I mean, I think that's definitely so far the biggest opening game of any day so far that we've had by far. 28 points is insane. And we know Rondo is the map where you can put up those crazy numbers, right? But 18 eliminations, even for Rondo, is pretty huge. And you're looking at the gap. That's a 10-point gap between first and second place, right? 9Z, only 18 points. That's still an epic game, but just totally eclipsed by Inner Circle here. And then, of course, we're going to get four teams without any points whatsoever because I see they were just taking all of them.
Insert a womp womp sound cue right now. But actually, we were talking about Papara Superman. Well, are we surprised?
Are we surprised?
Wait, guys, impression of like the biggest surprise, like just fake is like, whoa, no way! No way!
What?
Had no idea.
Way! What?
No, it does make sense. But we were talking about Papara Supermassive Blaze. I also do want to highlight 9Z Globen. They also got, 13 eliminations this game. Very similar playstyle to Papara Supermassive Blade, but instead of sweeping the northeast, they were sweeping the northwest, using that high ground to their full potential to make sure they can clear that space and get a ton of eliminations in the process. But top, that's a ton of damage. And those nades in particular, Niptura, we saw onto Inner Circle. That could have almost won them the game, but unfortunately, as we saw, Falloc was able to tank those nades so damn effectively.
Crazy work coming in from them. And I love when the end of a game comes to a nade off. Both those nades were equally good, and they were just trying to out-nade each other. They just couldn't do it, man. They just couldn't do it. They were equally good. It was fantastic. What a game. So much fun.
Dude, there's so much to talk about. I mean, literally. I mean, one thing we were talking about in the chat was just like, now this is a global championship star right here. I mean, it was just a wreck from the beginning. Teams were just going crazy. As a matter of fact, we saw some cool tech, right? We saw Osul. He was actually tanking that blue zone for a while. I bet you a lot of you guys were wondering why. That's because he had that backpack on, Max, right? That worked out good for him.
Yeah, I had that light bulb moment. I was like, wait, he's gonna die. He was like, oh no, he's got the backpack that allows him to tank the blue zone. So actually, yeah, if you use that to your advantage, you can kind of trick some enemies and like, why is he not leaving the blue zone? Actually, he has the special backpack, so he can stay there for an extra maybe 30 seconds to a minute longer, depending on what kind of resources he has. So very good use of that utility. But Niptura, I want to go on to another thing that was used in this game really efficiently by none other than Orangutan. Good emergency cover flares going down to APG. That was very well executed.
Right? Yeah, some really, really well placed stuff. It made sure that APG were not able to use the angles afforded to them. And when you're in a compound for APG, you know, those angles are pretty limited. You're only limited by what the building can give, you know, enough cover for. So really, really nice for them to be able to block those angles. And so Orangutan, very nice scouting, or rather, like, what's the word? Gosh darn it, I'm gone. No, but like it's really, really nice for them to be able to block that and see that and be proactive with that. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, you also like, their position right, Niptura, because they were scouting the southern side, playing that road that I think you were quite keen about. You're very passionate, like, that's a good play.
Love that.
Wow.
It's a good one. Yeah, that particular position in the map has a massive ridge and then this great roadside, but that's also on a cliff. So that road is super protected from other angles, unless you're on the other top of the other side of that that hillside, other side of the valley, right? But for the most part, most angles you can't see there. So really nice use of those angles and being very aware of where the other teams are to use that effectively. I love that.
Yeah, you had OG right there on the top of that road. You had Goat about to creep up on them, and and OG was in serious trouble. But then 9Z from all the way on the other side was just like, nah, we're not dealing with none of that mess. And they help out OG at the end. By the way, I mean, I love OG's start, right? When it came to the gauntlet, they had a great day one, right? They were in a great position here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it, you know, into those grand finals during the gauntlet. But how do you think about their start here, Max, man? Do you think it's pretty typical, or do you think that we're going to have a little bit of trouble going on?
I think this is definitely way better than what we saw in the gauntlet stage, because they were playing in those fights closely. They were tightly packed, which is what I wanted to see. In the gauntlet, unfortunately, they would go for these weird splits and just, it wouldn't quite work for them. They were playing a little bit too, trying to play too smart. And unfortunately, in a lobby like this, sometimes you just got to shoot people in the face, hot jukes. And here, it's what they did. Very happy with Orangutan, and hopefully they can do that in the other maps in particular. But I want to take the conversation here away from Orangutan, because we kind of said a lot of great things about them, which is really good to do on a Rondo in particular. APG here, Niptura, in the center, pretty much phase 2, phase 3. Everyone fighting, shooting over APG, and they're just big chilling the entire time and easily getting into the late game, right?
Right? Yeah, that was such a nice, I think, one of the best games that could have happened to them, right? After such a disastrous gauntlet stage. And I think it's safe to say that because everybody knows it's true. Coming into group stage, into group green, and you're going, it's going to be tough for them. But for them to be able to have such a good game, to rack up quite a few eliminations, they were able to actually have that really good start to the group stage and go, oh, okay, actually, we're doing okay. This is fine. You know, it's not tough from the beginning. They've got something now to work on. They've got a foundation built that they can just start climbing from there. Because, yeah, the teamwork was really nice for them. You know, Doc with his nades. We finally saw a Doc nade come through. We were really missing that from him. And so it's really nice to see that maybe now we have just a better springboard for them.
But I do have a question now looking at APG. GSG and then this group, unfortunately for them, are we going to have a similar clash happening in military base? Is that going to keep going down? Because that was definitely hurtful. Jafar in particular was just a pain, a thorn in the side of this team. So are they going to commit to it once more, or are maybe GSG going to be looking for another option and finally give APG a little bit more breathing space?
I hope they give them breathing space. This is not the time to mess about, guys. You know, Gauntlet, no one was getting eliminated, right? But the stakes are just so much more now in the group stage. You might go home completely, and even if you don't, there's very few chance here you're actually going to go to top 3. So you've got to play your best game here.
Yep, top 3 is what's going to get you straight to the grand finals. Anything less is going to be a hard time. But let's go ahead and take it on to our first Erangel match to John Allen and Blake.
For Erangel, we had a crazy close down from Falak in those final moments there for Inner Circle, and a lot of points earned for the teams now at the top of the tables, or at least 4 now, because there are plenty more matches left to play. 18 matches total in Group Green, and we will be in and on to the second of them right now.
front door is always this huge injection of points right at the start of the day. I mean, getting almost 30 points straight away is a massive deal, especially on your first match. Gives you a huge buffer to work with. And with the goal being top 3, getting those 30 points almost immediately is such a massive benefit for you going forward. So I think for Inner Circle, this will be a very pleasing result for them. We did get to see some other teams performing extremely well, quite like OG's position on the south side. Their transition didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to, unfortunately for them. Wolves also going down fairly early there, John, which was a little bit unideal. GS heading over towards Saverne. You got APG actually starting in Kameshki right now. And Team Secret stopping over towards Box Compound. D Plus was a little bit disappointing in the last game. I think it's pretty much the same roster, but weren't able to hold out Wolves as comfortably as possible. Alter Ego currently playing off against Papra Supermassive. We're just waiting. But it'll be here soon. Don't worry. APG getting 15 points. Pretty decent. Pretty decent indeed.
The same hot spot as they were before, but it is plenty dangerous. Rosemary, look for the spray downs. We'll be able to find it. Snape in the vehicle over the top. And we will be able to crash on in.
I mean, for Alter Ego, it was a fairly easy game for them last time around. I think that overall what they ran into was not the famous front flip, but was instead just a case of running out of gas. And they got third party so many times. There were quite a few teams over on that north side. The amount of teams that were able to come down was just significant.
Yeah, it's not always easy. It's not always easy. APG right now, fresh off a second place. We caught up with them on the stage.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined by APG Doc. Doc, great start here to Group Green. What was the major change that you guys made from the Gauntlet to Group Green?
За Дөг. Өнөөдрийн тоглолтууд үнэхээр амжилттай эхэлж байна. Танай багийн хувьд Gauntlet stage-ээс Group Green рүү ямар хутан өөрчлөлт гаргаж орж ирвэ?
Манай хувьд Gauntlet дээр гаргасан алдаануудаа одоо хоорондоо сайн ярилцаад одоо алдаануудаа засаад ингэж орж ирсэн. Алдаануудаа ер нь сайн зассан.
For our team, from the Gauntlet stage, we discussed about the mistakes that happened during that time, and we tried to focus on how to fix that, and that was the change, Adele.
Hopefully we'll see less drops. One thing we did see in this last match, you guys were given the circle. You were able to take advantage, but I need to go into circle 6 because you guys were doing a 3-1 split and the docketing happening. Sir, you were far away from your squad. Going into circle 7, what made you not want to return back to your squad?
За, саяны тоглолтын дээр танай багийн хувьд 6 дугаар тойрог дээр 3-1 гэсэн салалтай байсан бол 7 дугаар тойрог дээр танай баг руу очиход яагаад багтаага буцаж нийлээгүй вэ?
Ер нь хэрэгтэй байрлал гэж үзсэн. Одоо 3 нэрээ харуулж агаад хангалттай алчих байх гэж бодсон. Одоо ер нь алдаа болчлоо. Одоо чекэнд чадаагүй. Тийм л.
From my perspective, I thought it was the advantageous point in that circle. And that's what made me to not want to go back. And I wanted to have my 3-player Overwatch over. And I thought we could come over from that. But it was my mistake from that end.
Well, regardless, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening. Hopefully less of the docketing happening. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that little insight there into APG. We are hopefully going to see them do a little bit more over the course of this Group Green that we saw from them in the Gauntlet stages. They do need to repair what's going on because it's it wasn't great over in the Gauntlet. Hopefully they can keep this one going because they've started off well. It's just a question of keeping that momentum.
I think for Doc to admit wrongdoing is a pretty huge marker in the APG timeline. That doesn't happen very often, if at all, in fact. So, great news for APG. And again, I think it comes back to what we were talking about in the Gauntlet. It felt much more like 4 very, very good players playing separately as opposed to 4 insane players playing together. So hopefully we'll see more of that here. I think that Gauntlet was always meant to be a bit of an ego check anyway. And I think that, if anything, this is very useful to APG going forward. And they get more practice. I actually think that APG is one of the few teams that actually more practice on a global stage is going to be useful to them, because I think they're so used to just dominating in their own region that this is a good place to re-humble themselves.
Wolves with Gen G around the corner, trying to find the best place to take the fight. You can see Batten off in the distance, maybe a little bit too slow. The join, the opener, as Coops goes down and immediately is flushed. Finally, Batten able to stand up, find an off angle, and actually gets a flush in response. An answer is found, but they are clashing themselves with the Falcons. Moving over from that east side, you can see in the foothills of Everest, they're taking those shots up. And it is getting a bit mucky in the foothills of Everest on this northwest side circle. Seems to have calmed down slightly on the inside of this compound, though. I think Igor just wants to get out of here as safely as possible, but that might not be possible. Slams a reverse and the nade underneath him. Quick, able to detonate him from underneath. Sends him sky high, and that should be another flush coming through. Wolves most likely down to 2.
I think Wolves are struggling in a big way. We want, for them, this had to be top 3, but Group Green is unbelievably stacked in terms of players right now, John. I think the way the Wolves played in the Gauntlet, they were sort of scraping by towards that top 7, and it's not the case here. They need to put a little bit more work in. I think it's the most unfortunate thing for Wolves right now is I think they're struggling to win in the 4v4s, and that is very, very unhelpful towards your end of point scoring, because I think if you want to start earning those big points, you need to be able to win 1 or 2 4v4s during the match. The most crucial one being that 10 to 15 minutes big fight to get you into a stronger position in that late game.
Ooh, okay. We thought it was character growth, but maybe not. He's just taken a knock to himself, crashed into a buggy. I imagine he got a shot sent his way, and it was the final tick of damage that was from slamming into that rock. The buggy rolling back in a circle, wanted to try and do it again, take down APG, but hang on a minute, who's that? Get out of there, Jafar. GS trying to rally on in. APG, they've already closed ranks. There's no way that he's getting away with that one. GS maybe want to continue this against in a circle, but they've actually found the opener to IQ. Ooh, big South shift too.
Jafar was like some kind of tourist in that situation. Like, hi guys, wait, so sorry, I didn't mean to be here. I apologize. Yeah, big shift on the circle. They're down towards that south side. Currently favors towards Tiamba, Reject. The 2 players from Wolves, I guess, but Tiamba currently taking a lot of damage. Goodness me, Bond, you are lucky on that one. But Tiamba now down to just 1 player in Milu across the way, and he goes down shortly afterwards. Has not been great for Tiamba, honestly.
No, certainly not this match. Able to take a really important position and stay alive as 4 blank. That's a really, really big boon for them. The question is, can they hold it? Because right now they're fairly split. They're 3-1. And the Falcons, they're already poking their noses in. Navallo looking to try and scout, and somehow he's evading all of those spray downs. The vehicle must be eating a lot of damage on that one, so you imagine the bonnet is smoking.
Baronik not able to quite hit those shots. I mean, for Falcons starting at Pachinki is actually a really good result for them, especially with the circle the way it was. I think they were sort of worried about this one heading towards that north side, in which case that would have been a difficult rotate. But heading just over towards the west of them here, it's a nice, easy, clean rotate over towards that western side, outlooking on the fields.
9Z on the north side, trying to rotate over that Yaz bridge, and actually decided to go north of the river rather than approach from the south side, which is an interesting choice now. Maybe looking for a wide wrap, or are they going to try and send through Osaka? I'm not too sure what 9Z's plan here is. I mean, APG, they're looking to cut across and go back the way that 9Z just came from.
not easy. You got IC behind you as well right now for APG, who are tailing. Like you say, you got 9Z as well in front. And I think at this point in time, this is not a terrible decision coming through from APG just to kind of take a pit stop here, rest and wait it out. It's almost hilarious how open the northwest side of this circle is. No one's really going for it. I do think for APG, it would not be a bad idea to just pass over Box Compound Bridge there, down towards the south side of Ruins, pick up one of the compounds on that side. Instead, they're going to try and go over Rozhok Bridge, make it work that way. Everyone's got the same idea, though.
It is going to be a tough approach from that northeast side. I mean, 9Z, they went back across the river, moving now past school. You can see them trying to find their way in. Stage 2, still survivable as the circle. Stage 3 hurts a little bit more. It's a hard west shift. Blank, this is good for Team Secret out on that west edge. You've got Gen G as well in that central area. Loops might have a really good time getting to a very important compound set if they can move fast enough.
For Team Secret, I would say for Team Secret, the options are a little bit limited, honestly. For them, they have to move through a lot of open ground, and most of the most prominent positions are already picked up. For D+, they sort of go for something that I wanted APG to go for, which is one of those free compounds on that north side. No one's really playing around that area, so it's a ton of really useful ground to hold.
Yeah, it's a lot of open area in these Gatka fields. Inner circle. They were behind APG. They're now moving more down the eastern side, still in the blue zone, looking to try and heal through this one a little bit more, prop themselves up on that front. Genji moving over to some of these compounds. GS as well. Everybody looking to just find anything that can keep them safe in this next zone, scouting out where the best place to do that is.
I mean, for GS, this is like one of the few options left remaining, is the Wizard Tower on the southwest side. It is not going to help them in the long run, but you got to go for something. Go will pick out Doc from the vehicle. Was straggling slightly behind the rest of the squad, so unfortunately was the target. But for APG, getting towards Chopsticks as a 3-man from the position they were in, this is not a terrible result for them. I think they would have much rather have made here as a 4, because holding this is a little bit difficult when you start to lose members. But again, this is the type of position that could keep you alive for quite a while.
I think with GOAT in the position that they are, just out to the northeast of that chopstick, they do have a lot of control over the ridge line that sits to the north of that chopstick bunker, which is the major danger for teams holding in that area, right? But if you've got a team playing in the position that GOAT is, that ridge line to the north becomes very, very tricky to play. It's in later circles where it starts to come back to bite you, but APG have at least 3 circles left in that spot, I think fairly securely, unless there's a mad crash onto their position. 9Z, they move down all the way. They've gone for a wide, wide swing on the south of the circle, Blank. They've moved from that northeast side near Yasnaya. We saw them going back and forth with APG, and now they're on the southwest of the entire thing. And they're going to be entering from that west edge.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a huge fan of this play. It looks funky, it looks flashy, but I don't think it's massively useful to them, because I don't know what their game plan is over the next 5 minutes, if that makes sense. Like, where do they go from here? You want to wrap through the fields? You want to take north compound? Maybe that works, but I mean, now it definitely works. Now it definitely works.
But Alter Ego are going to get there first, surely. Surely Alter Ego make it to that compound before 9Z, with GS hounding them a little bit as well. I mean, where do you go? It looks like they're turning around, maybe? That's a bit of confusion for 9Z. I think that's safe to say from everything we've seen from them so far. They don't quite know what they're trying to go for. A rotate from the Falcons. Okay, sending out straight into the open. This is through everybody in the open Gatka field. And Redox is the punishment that they will be spotted, sprayed down. But the rest of them, are they the way? 3 of them make it to across the way, and Loops not going to hold them on the approach. And with 3 players, they can play this split. They can play this north side, not safely, but a little bit more safely than going in a mad dash out the open with 7 teams looking your way.
is so amusing me right now that South Everest compound's still not taken. I think the assumption from all teams that this is absolutely got players in it. But literally everyone on that north side made the wrap through Rozok, which is very confusing to me. And again, this is one of the situations with APG where, in my mind, if you see two players there, I'm wrapping back towards the west. I don't want to wrap through that area because I know it's already very clogged. There's only limited positions on that side. There was several positions on the north that were still free and available to play. For Rosemary, he's doing his best job to try and look if that's taken or not. Papara Supermassive looks like they're just going to hit the west side. They also think it's taken. It's so funny that no one knows this is free.
It is absolutely crazy, right? OG as well, they moved in from that northeast side. They actually decided to crash onto this compound instead of going further and going to this next one. The fact that the last player from Wolves might be the only one in that compound is going to get a little bit crazy because Doran is a little bit close to it right now. OG lost a player on the approach. That was to Rosemary on the off angle. Oh no, maybe GS are going to be able to take it as they crash on into the tree. Doran does fall down. Are they going to go across the road though? You just don't think they're going to do it.
No, I think they're scared.
This is nuts.
They're scared. Again, there's no one in these buildings. GS thinks there's oversight from that position. Now IC also thinks there's oversight from that position. What? There's no one there. There is no one there. This is a classic international lobby of assumption that everyone else is good, right? And everyone else is probably taking the strong spots. This wouldn't happen in, tier 3 tournaments, just because people would crash that spot. And there'd be no one in it, and they'd be fine.
I think Alter Ego are going to figure it out sooner or later. OG having a little bit of back and forth with D+ right now. There is a lot of knocks on side, and it's all up to WizGod. Chips in a 1v1 against WizGod for OG. D+'s players are starting to fall. The nade doesn't connect. A pump action around the side. One shot's all it takes. Chips goes wide again, but it's going to come in through the window there. It's Rosemary who's able to shut down that fight, and now Alter Ego, they're taking this east compound. Goodness me. All right. They want the elims, I guess.
Oh, Alter Ego's going to clear everything before they clear the west. That's so fun. And to be fair, this actually does become quite a strong position. If they can grab this, I think they'd prefer to have it over the western compound. But it's there for the taking, or I see. If they want it, they can have it. But yeah, for Alter Ego, good scouting. I mean, they remained proactive that entire time. They didn't just sit over towards Everest. They were consistently sending scouts out in vehicles. Team Secret takes a hell of a nade from 9Z.
They get naded from two fronts here with Reject on the foothills as well. Another nade in, does the damage, doesn't stop the revive there, and it does manage to get Team Secret back up to 4. The heals need to come through, and Reject want to move. The zone is coming in 5 seconds. They know they can't conclude this fast enough, so they'll try and get out of there instead. Team Secret maybe more preoccupied to the north and fold back towards Reiji. Lap back around him with the covering fire, but they still have to move. They still have to get going, and there really isn't too many options now.
I really do want to just take a quick look at the circle because it's basically Alter Ego and IC were in. Finally, 9Z making the move, and they're like, wait, there's no one here? What? But yeah, so they'll pick up Northwest. Oh yeah, I mean, IC don't quite get that luxury, but I think they're happier just to pick up points on the outside as teams attempt to maneuver their way in. Nades pouring down, and Divine walks straight into one.
That is unfavorable there, coming through for Reject. They are in the zone, but Goats are pushing in, and there's the nade to find the flush over towards Divine. Sarah also gets spotted. That's Loops chiming in as well. They want a piece of the pie, taking shots, getting nades in. Goat want a point. They want to add it to the tally. A scrap on the northwest side. Finally, more than one team's going in. It's Team Secret who are going to clash on that northwest compound, and maybe Papara Supermassive doing something. They're heading over towards Alter Ego. In the meantime, still playing 2-2 split at the moment. It looks like, yeah, Krypton and Rosemary on the north side, up towards Everest still.
I mean, Alter Ego have a love lovely split right now. I actually really enjoy this one. They know the amount of area is clear in this position, so they set up this line where they're still taking advantage of the high ground up towards Everest whilst they have a safety anchor on the eastern side. I think this is really smart. A lot of times players who take that position on the eastern side, they send all 4 players there, and then the game gets away from you because you don't get enough done, and you're hoping the circle's going to come your way, and it's a free win off the back of that. APG though, with a big push over towards IC. It's not happening though.
Oh, it's very close to getting a knock there. Need to stay alive. Falak hits the deck. Nades are going to start to come on through, but APG's already gone. These reses need to be fast. IQ wants to get back to his feet, get that healing on, because from the south side, you've got loops to worry about. And you can imagine they've heard this fight. They know that there is a team there, and maybe they're a little bit weak. They've seen the knocks on the feed. 9Z unlikely to push south. But I think there might just be enough. It's Alter Ego, though, who chime in. I think that's 2 knocks down there now. IQ not back up, which means that outpost is completely down. Only 2 players alive, and Loops are going to start to put their tendrils over.
Another good shot. That's from Alter Ego once again on the high ground. Looked like it came from Ratto Boy, but it was Alter Ego. Alter Ego, I think this is a textbook game. Fantastically played.
Rosemary, nade over towards Nico, and he's going to be able to land it. One and done. Sure, flashy might not be all substance, but it certainly looks good on camera. And now it's in a circle, moving on in. I think it's just Falak with a nade cooking, trying to move past, crawling through the smokes, playing hide and seek, and drops a nade under towards one of them. And it's Ratto Boy now out on the flank. Don't know if they know where that nade came from. He steps up for another. Falak has no HP, but he's playing like he's got a full bar right now. Ratto Boy has got a Rafinha to play off against on the off angle, but Falak's up to the rock. He steps up high, and he looks for another. He's now got one more player to deal with. It's all up to him, and he won't quite be able to go the distance, but there's a reason that Falak is praised like he is.
You're crazy. Steps up on Lion's Rock and rolls with the DBS. That is some unbelievable maneuvers. It really is now down to 9Z as well as Alter Ego in this endgame, but goodness me, Falak is really the main character of the lobby at the moment.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. He is looking so hot right now. Taking down almost the entirety of Loops with a chance, and with like no HP as well. From the beginning of that 1v4.
Yeah.
He
Those
had
were
like 15 HP.
Yeah, those were actually some hot jukes coming through from Falak. Yeah, very well done. Fortunately, Alter Ego will take a knock there, which is kind of a big deal to go in the position. I think at this point in time, this is where you start to fold back slightly. Alva consistently is trying to get that information, but again, you've lost a player in your back line. That's one of your backstop anchors. Now life gets a little bit more difficult for you. With 9C having 4 players, it's a bit of a big deal. You have to now hope this circle moves away from this roadside where you can take advantage of the buildings.
Interesting dichotomy. 12 elims found for Alter Ego here. I mean, in a circle, they went down just there, we saw, but they got 8 elims on the match blank. It's a really strong result coming through. Alter Ego looking to try and keep this one under control, however.
Yeah, I mean,
what can 9Z do with the numbers?
There definitely was a mistake there coming through from Alter Egos. I think that they should have started to fold back a lot earlier. And again, still taking these aggressive angles is quite... It's a little bit uninformed of where the circle is at this point in time. For Alter Ego, like, look at this. They could have folded back here way earlier, been as a 4-man, and just played out this game. They don't need more eliminations at this point. You can just let the game play out slowly. You know there's a 4-man squad on your north side. That's your main prerogative now. That's who you need to be focused on.
Luke, we're going to try and clear out the fields, and he will be able to connect it. Just as he pops the reload, Quick goes down. 3 teams now remain. Everybody's going to know where this last player from Loops is now as well. got to crawl forwards. Gonna have to wait for 9Z to make that first move, but has got some rock cover and might actually be able to get a decent amount closer to this compound. Rosemary, you imagine, going to be looking out for him, but 9Z, the major danger for them on the north crash.
Yeah, they need like an initial knock as they push through. This smoke train looks pretty good so far and super necessary for them. I appreciate they try and take 2 angles here from Alter Ego, but yeah, they need to get 1 knock at least.
They're up to it. I mean, this is an angle that Ratto Boy could actually have an impact on as well. The approach here, he's going to see them. He's going to see all of this unfolding. As soon as they start to go for the fight, he's just going to hope that they don't look out his way. He's taking this opportunity to move up to the next rock. Has to go further, though. That's not in the zone. Needs to step further forwards than this. And that is where it's going to get really dangerous. People are going to figure it out. Yeah, you can see they're taking a look out to the field. He's got a couple more seconds to play around with. Alter Ego making moves in the meantime. That might draw the 9Z attention.
I'd be very interested to see the end game like travel diagram for 9Z because they've been all over the place. But it's been a pretty damn good game for them so far, honestly. I think the main thing that's impressive here in this end game is just the smoke usage. And very quickly set up. As soon as they hit this building as well, there was smokes laid down to try and cover them off. They are kind of low on them. Good shot from Rosemary. Immediately needs to back off, and it's not the players he was looking for.
He's got 3 nades in that position for Rosemary. Needs to heal though. 9Z, not going to be able to flex out just yet. They do have some vehicles to play around with, but with Rosemary on the side swipe, getting up that ridge line made so much harder. The back towards the further high ground, get that crate as well. Might be dangerous. Snake, though, stepping forwards, getting very close to things, Blank.
Good damage so far. A little bit chip on both sides. Rosemary is a key figure in this end game. Up to 8 elims so far this game, doing a fantastic job. And it's a singular corridor almost in terms of the route that 9Z needs to take. Alter Ego, they've got 6 nades. They do need to be on target here. They are close enough for them.
Snake, again, cooking that nade. Goes, ooh, just a bit short on the health. Does get on target, but has to back off, and that's going to allow Snake to go for the heal here. 4 nades remain. Alva moving up. They're putting a lot of pressure forwards on this one, with Rosemary on the outside. 9Z, I think you go up north. You go around the edge of that building, try and sweep the compound through on that side. Rosemary, sightline isolated, but he's up onto the rooftops now, playing further back as Alva looks to hold. 9Z, they are moving up to that north side and into the buildings, but the zone goes away from them. It's into the middle that it will fall, and that is on the outside, down the ridge in the open ground.
Yeah, Rosemary double back. There's not a lot of nades left available now for Alter Ego, and they really did need them in these last moments. And now it comes down to gun skill. Colligo finding Rosemary, which was the backstop, which leads us into a 2v4. A very unlikely win coming now through from Alter Ego.
They got so much done, but it's 9Z who are able to move on through. Snake nade, and it's all up to Alva. A 1v4, and there's not a chance he shuts that one down. It's 9Z with a big chicken dinner there. It looked wild, looked chaotic at the start of that match for them, Blank. They had a really strange approach to the circle, but it seems like everyone else was just as confused as we were, because nobody could handle them.
I think when you look at Alter Ego, I think there's a little bit of overexcitement that comes through from that squad right towards the end game. I think they played it pretty perfectly up until their engagement between them and 9Z. I think they're still happy with the way that game went. I think there's definitely discussions going on about how they should have played it. But for 9Z, yeah, I mean, very, very cool rotates this game. There was a little bit of confusion towards that mid game though. But in terms of the gun skill so far, it looks very good from 9Z.
Yeah, they managed to win out those trades when they needed to. The nades looking all right there. That's a great pickup for them. That position that they held on that high ground, it did indeed work out. Inner circle, a very flashy play from Falak. I'm sure that will be going into the show reel, and they'll be having a good time of it as well.
I think let's head over back to the analysts. We'll see what they said about that game and 9Z's crazy rotates.
It's 9Z bringing some of that Latino heat to the group stage here. It's Group Green, and this team has had such a crazy start. Rondo, 13 eliminations, and now they get that chicken dinner here in this match, Maxman. And by the way, one of my favorite things happened, right? Where the teams are all so good that they think without a doubt, this huge compound, it's gotta be taken, right? There's no way it's wide open, Maxman.
They're like, no, we're not even going to scout. We just know it's taken. But in fact,
It's gotta be.
wasn't.
Gotta be.
And I'm sure 9Z got in there. We're like, wait, we don't have to fight for this? We got for free? That's the best deal of the century. Hell yes. And then they end up taking some amazing clutches versus the players of Alter Ego. The roof angles were really good, Niptura, but they kept getting punished and over-peaking, and 9Z Global just found that kink in the armor and instantly abused that in their favor to not only just get the win, but get a ton of eliminations in the process.
Yeah, I really had Alter Ego slated to win that, right? Because they did have that third party against OG and D+. That gave them full control of the compound, full control of the north and the western side of zone, and then they started splitting to maintain that control. I loved that. But it seemed like they regrouped way too early for my liking, and that allowed 9Z that controlling angle onto those roofs onto the north side. And so from there, 9Z were able to just limit Alter Ego completely and eventually overrun them for the win. So very nicely played and really good kind of team reading there from 9Z.
Man, by the way, I'm shocked that OG made the push onto D plus Kia Max. I mean, they were looking so well set. Literally, once I saw the zone go to that position, I was talking about how that compound is the strongest compound in that entire area. And once I saw D plus have it, I was like, they're good. OG sharing with them. Okay, I was like, they're going to be first and second. But OG pushed early, right? And that allowed Alter Ego to come in third party that. What do you think about that push?
Well, look, we are enemies in game, your opponents, but sometimes you got to be friends because you got to hold down the position as a double squad if you want to be able to hold off other teams. And I fully agree with you. They didn't have to fight. I also understand the reasoning. Maybe they were scared if they delay the fight too much, they're going to open themselves up to a potential third party, and they were scared of that. So, like, instead of maybe getting third party later on in the match, let's fight now, and if we win it, we won't get third party, which actually they still got engaged by Alter Ego at the end of that entire fight, so that was very odd. So I fully agree. I think they should have stayed together here, Niptra maybe, and they would have worked out. Maybe easily making it into top 5. As we saw, that was not what happened.
No, it wasn't. Unfortunate. I understand both sides, right? Like, I understand why they might have wanted to push that. I understand why maybe they shouldn't have, and it didn't work out. It was tooth and nail there for a second. I'm going to give him that it was blow for a while, but, Rosemary through the window just able to clean that one up. Yeah, it was such a... What? Oh, yes, we have to talk about this. We have to. Falak, man. What is this dude doing? He's so cool. I'm sorry, I'm fangirling ever so slightly just because that 1v4, near 1v4 against Loops is crazy when you're on 1 HP of health. I just
How was
love
this
that
guy
so
in the
much.
hospital? Like,
I
literally a day or two ago. What's happening?
I'm telling you, I was like, give me whatever this guy's got, because he's going crazy here off the rip. You can just see right now, Alter Ego, 19 points, 9Z get 18, right? And Loops, right? By the way, before we get into that, right? Inner Circle, it was so funny to watch him take those rocks, right? Rather than that open compound, didn't even slightly look at it. They take that rock position, but it gets him some good points here, Niptura.
It does. I was like, I'm not sure. Guys, are we sure about this one? They're like, yes, we're sure. We're taking the rocks. It's a bad position, but the compound's taken for sure, right? No, it wasn't. It was, but hey, you know what? They were able to hold onto it for far longer than they should have been allowed to. So, you know what? GG's. It takes a really good team to do that, and they did it. So, you know what? Can't complain.
Well, congratulations then to our MVP of the game, so called Go. It's going to be the one taking home that award for this match. But I do want to continue the conversation on the rocks held by Inner Circle. It's not a great position, right, Niptura? But APG were like, actually, those are really good rocks. We want the rocks.
God.
How about we take, and then I think Loops at one point said that everyone wanted the rocks on the western side. They tried to snatch it out of the grasp of Inner Circle. It didn't quite work out, unfortunately, for them. But we didn't talk about them too much here in the earlier to mid-game stage portion of this match. Alter Ego sitting in that 2-2 split on Everest was just so impactful for them to have absolute oversight on this game and know exactly what to do. And that allows them to jump up in 4th position, just shy of the highly contested top 3, which right now includes APG, 9Z Global, and Inner Circle. This is a very big point lead already created here, Hodgix. 38-36 down to 23. top two are running away with a big lead.
Oh man, I'm telling you this. By the way, we have to talk about it. Does this group stage not feel like completely different than the gauntlet, right?
So
like
different.
it just feels crazy. These teams are rotating. I feel so much faster. The fights are intense, and that just goes to show, right? When you can be eliminated here and right now, Neptura, you got to give it your all.
I love what we're seeing here because it's exactly that. Everyone feels like they've brought their A game immediately to game one, to game two. No one's waiting. There's no this sort of tiptoeing around all the teams trying to figure out, oh, what they're going to do. Oh, are they going to do this or this? Let's see. Not quite sure. Everybody's like, no, this is us. This is how we're going to play. We know all of you, and we're going to win. And I love it because every single team is doing that exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, and especially they know what's at stake. You have to play according to the lobby, according to the rules, Maxman, right? And I think we are seeing that difference because, you know, in the gauntlet, obviously it was top 7 that moved to the grand finals. Here, it's top 3, right? And I think that at a certain point, teams are going to have to start locking down some of these top squads, at least the best they possibly can, because, I mean, we're already seeing the point lead, and it's only been 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some teams be so hesitant to do anything in the last 2 games of Miramar during the gauntlet, right, Hodgix? They're so hesitant because, oh, there's still a chance if we get a decent game, but no, you got to go hard, and I'm telling you, day 3 of Group Green, the group of death is going to be all over the goddamn place. It's going to be crazy because you have a chance also, if you're at the bottom, you're having a really bad time, you're also eliminated, so those teams are also going to be hungry to make sure they can get into the last chance. So many different storylines and clashes are going to be happening at the later stage of Group Green, and I literally cannot wait for day 3. It's going to be pure and absolute madness.
Yeah, and you know what? One thing that we noticed is different from the gauntlet for sure, right? I think it's got to be Alpha Gaming. You know, first we hear, Doc, take responsibility, right? And just say, you know what? It was a mistake. I thought the soft angle was going to work, but it just didn't. And not to mention, in this game, they don't drop military, Maxman. They go to Stalber. What do you think about that change?
I mean, Nipchura, we've been covering CSA for a while, right? And we've just always asked, APG, maybe it's time to have a secondary drop location? Maybe. And they finally have it, right? Northeast next to Stolber, Kameshki. What a fantastic change for the better.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll tell you what, guys. We got an awesome interview on the stage. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage to hear from the 7WG.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Inner Circle, Falak. Falak, what was the mindset coming into Group Green, considering that you have to be top 3?
Obviously, we want to qualify for grand final, so we are very confident. Our mindset was that we just will play aggressive and like whatever happens in game, we will see.
Well, you're definitely playing aggressive. We just saw what you were able to do against Loops. You were just so close to do it. What was going through your mind there at the end? Because you decided to push, right, boy? I think with like maybe 5 HP.
I thought I'm like gonna die because I had no healing, but I thought I can give it a try, and I gave my best in that situation.
Well, that's definitely going to be a highlight somewhere out there. Thank you so much. Best of luck for the rest of the day. Back to you guys.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, right? He said their mindset is being aggressive, Maxman. And I think that mindset has definitely been put into play here for the first 2 matches. At least from him, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, Inner Circle, they're aggressive. Falak, he's giga aggressive. You know, he's going super hard in his matches. And I'm loving it. And we have yet to see in the CQC Nate specialist.
Yeah, I love how relaxed they feel.
Less than
We're used to them being cool, calm, and collected, but it feels today like they're at a whole nother level. Like they've finally gone, listen, we're a global team. We've been here all season. We know what we're doing. Cannot stress this enough about how relaxed, how confident they feel. Just 2 matches in, and it's looking so good. I can't wait for this next game. The way these last 2 games have been going, for IC, I need to see that more.
Yeah, we need to see that aggression big time. You know, we saw 1 match of Aaron Gale today, Maxman. You know, we noticed that APG was going up to Stalber, picking up that secondary. location, and I love to see that. I think that change is huge for them. I hope it's something that they've had in their bag for a while now, because they definitely look prepared going into this game. Now, we did have that circle, right, go on down to Gatka. We saw Wolves, land in Gatka. We saw Falcons land there, that area. They weren't able to have a good game here. This lobby, so different than what we saw from the Gauntlet stage. When it comes to these different drops that we saw into Erangel, Max, what was the big team that stood out to you?
Really, hot drop wise, nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, no hot drop wise for sure.
If I want to talk about one drop that did intrigue me is Orangutan, because we know normally they were going to have a hot drop in Rozhok in the Gauntlet stage. They gave it up to go for Shelter instead as their secondary drop location. Also, Severny up north every once in a while, depending on the plane path. But no, this time they went for Rozhok, and this is Orangutan then. That means on Erangel, Hot Jukes able to play their peak performance, bring in their A game to the table, because that is what they've been playing during BMIC, during BMSD. This is the drop location they've trained for so damn long, and they can finally use that to really use their rotation to its full potential. So I think Orangutan, they're going to be feeling very comfortable now going into every single one of these Erangel matches.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure when it comes to OG, right, is that we know that they're so solid when it comes to rotation. One thing they struggled with, though, right, is being able to flick on that aggression switch. And we heard from Balak, their mindset is pure aggression. We've been seeing that nothing from these squads. Let's go into one more match at Erangel with Blank and John Allen.
It's time for another Erangel edition as we head on in from Stalba down to Sosnovka Military Island on the plane path. Blank, things are keeping temperature hot here. That final close down from 9Z took it all away from Alter Ego, who did show a little bit too much boldness on their peaks.
They did. I think, again, it's one of those things where you look at it and I think Alter Ego up until that point looked pretty good. But closing games out is a completely separate skill set to the prep that goes into getting towards that end game. I was very, very impressed with Alter Ego up until that point as well, which is why it was quite disappointing for me, honestly, to see them fumble that end game the way they did. But again, you can only really be happy for 9Z that who were able to basically snatch away the win in those final moments.
It's a nice little turn up for the table, certainly, for 9Z. See if they can keep it on going. Are we going to get a hot drop? No, okay. Genji not going to go down towards C block. It looks like it's just going to be APG down on military. Maybe up in Severny could be some argy-bargy as Team Secret and GS a little bit close to each other. Maybe a vehicle contest going on there. Have to wait and see. Looks like everybody else is fairly well extricated for the time being anyway, because we're going back to Gatka on the circles.
Back over to the fields. I don't think really anyone enjoys this. But I think the bigger issue here is the eastern plane path off the back of this one. Does cause quite a few issues in terms of the rotates off towards that western side, because typically with a field finish like this, there's not a massive amount of critical compounds that can be taken. So if you're starting on the east side of the map anyway, anyone who gets fairly center at the start of this game is going to have a big advantage. So we're looking at Gen G, we're looking at Falcons, even potentially APG here starting in Millie base. They can get out quickly. But
to that compound on the north side, so maybe someone will take it up this time. Still teams very much in the looting phase as we go into our 4th minute, just about ticking over into, there we go, 3 minutes and 2 seconds. And yeah, nobody really making big moves right now. Not too much trouble up on the north side. It looks like, yeah, Team Secret just went off to North George. They didn't stick around near Severny. They grabbed the vehicles and headed away. Actually, likely to transition to South George here, and why not? You've got the circle access a little bit more secure, and you won't have to go for that bridge crossing after teams have already moved into that north side area.
For OG, much more comfortable starts to their game as well, John, purely because Reg and Kai is no longer being a thorn in their side around Rozok. They can completely surround this area now, which is very, very nice for them going forward. They should be able to get a decent rotate from the top side of Rozok down. Like I say, for Team Secret, just instantly sending off there over towards Georgia Paul. There's a lot of good rotation you can make from that position around Everest, which covers you off from quite a few sightlines. Inner circle, though, they are definitely not towards the inner circle, starting on a Kameshki split. I think a lot of people are starting to favor Kameshki split a lot more over around Stalber as well. It does give you like a lot of decent paths over towards the north side and the east side of the map. On this kind of circle, it's a bit more difficult. Not that really stopped them last game, though, to be honest. With Falak able to almost do the impossible versus Luke.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy stuff. I mean, talking about that Kameshki split, though, I do think that it is very flexible, and that is its main asset, right? And it's no worse maybe than playing in Yasnaya on that front, but does give you more access to the north side. So generally a net positive. I think you're right in that assessment. Maybe becoming a little bit more fashionable, as we've got a little overview there. Coming on down. They're playing it slow. They just want some more loot from these buildings. Done a little stop off and grab some more supplies along the way. There's no rush, not at the moment. They know they're going to be at the back of the queue kind of anyway, so it's not ideal to overcommit to going fast when you know that it's really not going to pay off. It's very unlikely that teams are moving ahead of you anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because, I mean, just talk about the Kameshki split a little bit more. Is that like Lipovka split where you play maybe two in Lipovka and then send a couple out towards Mansion? That's much more punishable as well. Whereas Kameshki is not really many teams that could have punished you over towards that position of the map. There's a lot easier positions, you know, from Milta, Western Shelter, even Yasnaya, to make a split off from the rescue team to try and catch out one or two players playing around Mansion or Heaven, trying to watch and guard out from Lipovka. Yeah, it doesn't really happen in Kameshki. So that's something that Alter Ego probably have to watch out for a little bit more. Most teams have started to make their way over towards the west now, though. Wolves getting in nice and early. I think Wolves realize that they need to get a bit of a move on right now. Currently in third, 3 points in 13th. Very, very unideal, especially for a team that started in the gauntlet. This doesn't look promising. Still only 2 matches. There is still time. But when you've got teams like 9Z as well as IC currently on almost 40 points apiece after 2 matches, you know, those top 3 spots are starting to look pretty unattainable.
Yeah, it's not super friendly right now, but you know, it's still very much early days. We are only in to match number 3, Blank. We've only seen 2 games go under the belt, and a lot of those points for Inner Circle specifically were earned in 1 match. The same is true for 9Z as well. It is just sort of one big match, top of the tables right now. Teams for a lot of them. We'll see who can keep up the pace. OG, they move in. They're making their rotate near Falcons, near D+, but both of those teams are on outposts. They're on 2-2 splits or don't have a full lineup to go for it immediately, and they're not taking shots out that way just yet either.
No reason to right now. You're kind of waiting for zone 2 anyway. Especially only 1 minute left on the next shift. I think for a lot of teams at this point in time, not advisable to be looking for engagements. Kind of waiting for that big migrate on zone 2, and then you can start looking for fights to try and break position on the map. APG though, they kind of did what I said. They took it slightly longer, but didn't really matter all that much. They're already towards a pretty fantastic spot on the map right now. I think Doc does have an eye in over towards OG currently, and I think
they're taking shots.
The side.
Looking to try and suppress that position. They're taking shots over towards the reject. We're taking shots over towards OG as well, and they did have to stop off. They're poking their noses towards that APG Southside compound, though, so maybe look at it cause trouble.
good view of the map here. See what's next on the cards for us. Alter Ego a little bit slower to this one, but they can divert quite easily over towards Potato Hill and then towards the northwest. Around Everest, though, we're pretty much going towards a similar location. For APG, it's somewhat unfortunate for their early central start. They have a fair way to move. GS, though, quite happy the way this one plays out.
Yeah, they'll be able to move into that north side. The major feature, the major point of interest that is in this circle that really wasn't in the last one is ruins. That ruins area to the east of Everest is going to be, I'm sure, where GS are going to at least look to try and go. Some of the buildings around that area, teams are going to try and filter through. 9Z as well. Maybe they'll be able to get on over there because they're going for their classic. Let's just go over the top and see what we can find their position. This south edge, though, across the fields, is going to get brutal. And Gen G eat first blood. There's claws to go down.
Yeah, the wide wrap Kings in 9Z, it's been working out all right, to be honest. GS, though, like you said, did stop off over towards Castle and Ruins. Decent spots to play in going forward. Again, leaving Ruins is a little bit awkward, so I actually quite like OG's position, which is just east of Everest there, picking up the compounds in that area. I think you might have teams wanting to try and challenge for that spot at some point, but for the time being, I think most players are quite comfortable in their current positions. This is going to be a little bit more of a slow game. Also, OG flexing out towards top of Everest, trying to get some high ground control as well. Okay.
All right. You want to get an oversight? Fair enough. I mean, Everest, big feature in this zone. Alter Ego were playing towards it before, not fully on the top of it towards the end there, but it's a little bit more central this time around, and maybe will play well. Loops on the road. Alter Ego sending in towards some of those ruins positions too. They've already lost Alva. That's a flush from Falak.
Yeah, well played. I mean, he's flexed out from the rest of the squad. Just finds a quick pick off and will pick up the flush off the back of it as well. The guy is insane. Actually insane. Yeah, I think a lot of people understand why I usually say that Falak's probably one of my top 3 favorite players of all time. I think he was someone who really impressed me on his off-angle plays in the past and was one of the best to do it. And now again, showing off just how strong he can be here in the biggest international tournament of the year.
And what a time to do it as well. Looking really, really hot. Finger on the trigger, ready to go at a moment's notice. Drop of a hat. Reject, they're moving up on the west side, currently skirting around the west of Hospital. Currently Goat occupy that area, but they are going to divert further north than Goat's position and maybe challenge towards Everest here. I mean, this is very similar circle the last time around. The difference here, though, Blank, is that Wolves are in the compound that nobody went into last time around. You said they needed to move a little bit earlier. Maybe that's what they were looking for. An APG in their compound that ended up being a pretty convincingly winning compound in the last one. They'll take up occupation there.
I like that for Wolves. You know, they spectate the game. They're like, what can we do differently? Pick the open compound, perhaps. And so they're close to it now, so they just go for it. Understanding that it seems to not really be in the progress of a lot of other teams' routes in towards the circle there. So for Wolves, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It is slightly on the western side, quite close to the edge of the circle, which is a bit worrisome. But it's playable. It's definitely playable towards the end game. Goat's finding Patino from Loops. Yeah, getting the same circle again is a weird one, right, John? Where you kind of make some adjustments to your last game, maybe patch up some holes in your playstyle.
I mean, it is absolutely, and given that teams were sort of all in very similar drop spots as well, it's got to play out maybe fairly similarly. But Falak's down, and that is bad news for Inner Circle fans. Looks like they are going to rally the troops, though, and it's just Krypton close by. Could potentially be more trouble around the corner, but at the moment, T24 just drawing attention. Yeah, they're going to be able to get this res. Rosemary moving into position, though. There's an off angle. He looks for it, and Snape gets the spray down as well. 2 players from Alter Ego able to line up the shots, and now Inner Circle have lost another player. This is a good little pickup for Alter Ego, working the ground around them.
I mean, they had a little bit of damage done to them earlier, but it's Wolves in a 4v4 with them and Reject, and it is going swimmingly well as Reject will hit the deck. Wolves retain all 4 players up, and that is a convincing finish there for them. In the meantime, Inner Circle are just getting battered and bruised by Alter Ego. Not happy with them taking down one of their players earlier in Alva.
No, they will do a hell of a lot more in response. T24 did manage to get away for Inner Circle, so Solo on the north side playing on. Wolves held the compound against Reject. We saw that push coming through, that crash from Reject did not go their way. And what that meant is that GOAT could not third party. OG couldn't extract elimination points. Both of those two teams playing up towards Everest, which is really good news for the Wolves. It means that it's much less likely that they're going to get third partied on an approach here now.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a big thing when it comes to big crashes, because we saw it even on that first game of the day, is where Papra Supermassive just could not hold on the north side of Rondo, because they dealt with the first 2 crashes. But if teams keep coming, then eventually things are going to start to get rough. Big shift over towards the north side. Keeps Everest in. Damn, goodness me. But APG get a central circle and prank no more. Dark with a lovely nade over towards T24. And that will sit APG at 2 eliminations, and they are looking to secure a position in that top 3 at the end of this game.
I mean, it's like the exact same circle. It's insane. We go to exactly the same place, exactly the same finishes. Maybe a couple more teams on that north side, and that lining that Everest side as well, which was, as you were talking about before, a bit of a major feature of that last game, right? That glut of teams moving in on the northeast, playing that area. That's a little bit more spread out here. So that's probably going to be the pace difference in this match. We'll see what can get done. OG still lining the top of Everest, with Papra Supermassive trying to move in, but with APG down beneath them, taking shots, and with OG up the top, you don't imagine that's going to be super successful.
Stave just stood on top of Chips' position. Yeah, so they will find him. Let's get down off there. What are you doing? Get on the rooftops. Then goes in, won't find any damage. But for Alter Ego, it looks like it's starting to come to a little bit of a close here for them. I think it's tough rotates from here on out. For APG, though, they are just fully committed to the 4-man hold.
Ooh, the nade. It's just Krypton now, I believe, left for Alter Ego. As he keeps it on going, though, wants to get stuck into the fight. Nolbu around the corner, does go down. Chips has an off angle. There's someone across the way, but Krypton finds the inside of the building. A little shack, but the Molotov burns the door away. A mad dash across, and Krypton's just juking him out right now. Osal hopping in with the auto shotty. The healing's there. He's looking for Snake, but no! He's beneath the boxes. A spin around. He got the heal off as well, but it's just Chips now on the inside. D+ have a nightmare sent their way, and GS can close them down here and now.
I mean, that predict on the Molotov was something serene in that moment. Love to see it. The fact that he's able to jump out there in time and then quickly get in cover and get the first aid off. I don't think D+ here is expecting that kind of resilience from Solo. GS now looking to finish off the players from D+ they get out, but they've also got other concern, which is getting into the circle itself. 9Z moving over towards where APG were playing, hoping to take control back again of a position they held before.
APG's nades. Fending off against Team Secret and 9Z. Ooh, this is nasty stuff. Only 2 players alive for 9Z. Nade just a bit long there from top. Onto the 2 from 9Z. Won't quite be able to find it. Team Secret, I feel like their position is going to get weaker and weaker as fights around them conclude. They need to start pushing in and start gaining ground inside this building.
There's a slight waste of grenades there. Solo, that'd be a great place to try and live out the rest of the game. Is that one of the most contested areas on the map?
Hey, look, Aking's going to give it a go as well. In the meantime, though, Wolves flex out of their compound. They push up Everest. They crunch Goat in between them and OG. A lot of damage inflicted by Coops towards Goat, and it is going to leave go down now on 2 players. The job is done. Wolves regroup back down to the south. They know that with the circle shifting up north, their compound is going to be a prime target for taking for teams on the south side. I'm looking at Falcons.
For OG, it's just major oversight over towards the rest of the map right now. They've got a incredible Overwatch. This is the time for a team like OG to start picking up some big points off the back of this one. I think I like this flex out over towards the eastern side. Leaving Wizgod behind to fend off the 2 players from GOAT is a good idea. Not likely GOAT's going to push, and these players on the east can start to take shots over towards GS or even the Falcons as they attempt to come on in.
Ooh, Ratto Boy wants to try and find the spray. Gen G will look at a regroup, but they had to give one up. I think that's Tiamba out. Yes, it is. They will go down in 12th. No, Raptor Boy tries to shut the door behind him. Nice and polite, but that's not going to get you anywhere. Falcons and GS, though, are clashing heavily on this hilltop. At the moment, it's going both ways. Have taken Nox, and Falcons finally finding an advantage. But in rolls SO. He's down from across the way. It's a tanky taking the shot. Are the Falcons still alive? Only just for the blue zones here. And Redox desperately trying to heal it, and he can't get it done. The bandage is not fast enough. And that is 2 teams isolated with 1 spray down from a tanky.
Yeah, I mean, the easy stuff. And this is exactly what I was talking about, is that flex out towards the eastern side. It's the obvious choice, and it's well done. That clears a massive amount of space. Finally, Top is able to hit a disgusting grenade, so maybe not a waste after all. Just needs to find the right angle on it. Genji, your arms aren't that strong. I'm gonna be real with you. This is some unreasonably long lobbing distance.
Very ambitious. I like the spirit, you know? Unfortunately, that's not what counts. It's if you actually get the nade on in. That's what you're looking for. I mean, Team Secret, they believe them, though. That's the thing.
They really do. They're like, oh, it's a bit scary. Wait, maybe we could send one back. There's some okay nades. Good chip damage as well.
Molotov just goes a little bit long. They're not quite sinking them down
it
into the
corrals
drain.
them, though.
It does do that. Yeah, you're right. And actually forces one of them out. That will be a nade range of Gen G. Maybe now they should have had the nades. Unfortunately, not to be. The nades keep sinking in, but the heals coming through to keep them safe. There's shots. Who's that coming from? That's Wolves. Doran able to shut down Ziol, and they have to back it off. Seems like this compound makes teams think that they can peak when they shouldn't. Doc, learning from that last match, moves out to where we saw Rosemary flex out to last time.
Yeah, I mean, in that spot as well, your biggest issue is the fact that to get the airburst on where Team Secret's playing, you have to push far enough out to lob the grenade down. The only way you can do that was with a smoke, but then you're throwing the nade blind, so you have to kind of hope for it. And if you don't use the smoke, then Wolves have that angle from the western side. So Team Secret actually is really quite safe right now, honestly. It's difficult for APG to remove them, and now because they're close towards the center, APG has a big problem on their hands.
Wizgod is peeked over the ridgeline and immediately is humbled on the peak. Doesn't go down though, which could be crucial. Go on a mad crash. Let's see if they can cling on, if the hooves have got enough grip to make it to somewhere, to anywhere that they can find. They've got to some trees, they've got to a rock or two. Maybe they'll stay alive for just a moment longer. This fight in the compound just doesn't seem to want to conclude. OG to fully isolate. That's the nade they were looking for. That is what they wanted to find, and the first knock is finally going to come through. A second, a third as well. That's the off angle coming in, and it will be devastating for them. A 4th nade, maybe they'll find it. Reefus does go down in the meantime. Doc should be on picking that one up. That nade's going to go wide. Just the one player now left standing. Ziol spots him. The off angles do too. The Wolves are going to have a say.
I mean, the tanky's picking up points from the back of this as well over towards Team Secret. Again, it's not an easy nade to throw for Ziol. It really does quite take some precision. Doc makes that one look pretty easy though, but again, it's Doc. It's Doc, so we have to bow down and accept that. But for APG, 11 points on the game right now. This is way better from them, and you start to wonder if it's a case it was nerves going into the gauntlet there, where they were playing against some of the best teams in the world. I think that APG plays a lot better when they think that they're the big dog focus in the lobby, which they certainly are here.
Seems so with the current situation. Coops moving up really high up the mountain, getting that off angle, using the time available to him without that blue zone on the pressure. And yeah, Wiscod, he's done and dusted, will be flushed out now. Wolves playing from that western side. They've been a little bit quieter than the other teams. They moved into their position early. You liked it, Blank. It seems like they felt it too. Coops using this high ground to the best of his advantage whilst he still can, but needs to start to evacuate now. With the blue zone pushing through, that is going to be further down the hill for them to sink. And it's going to leave APG and Wolves, the only 4-player team, and plus Solos, and then OG on the 3-player Miracle Run.
For OG, they're already splitting, though, quite early. They do have the anchor in AKOP down the hillside. Chips is attempting to get as many points as possible off the back of this one. But for D+, it has been a little bit odd watching them, right? The aggression isn't there. They feel fairly weak in these team fights, which is so strange compared to the performance we've seen from them in the past. So, yeah, I think D+ needs to find their footing once again, because at the moment this just isn't going to cut it.
North shift on the circle. I mean, this is OG with the majority of the land mass in this one. APG going to have to move north, and maybe D+ make it to third, you know, on this solo position with Chips.
I mean, this is kind of, in my mind, this is the big question for OG now, because this is probably the 5th time the circle has shifted towards them this game, and they have decent positioning in it. We've seen these times of circle shifts before for OG, and I think it's closing the match, which is still the thing that they are struggling to do here.
Oh, you can't let that happen as well. The solo position coming through from D+. That's going to split and really diminish this power, this position for OG. Aru kind of isolated up the top there. Needs to hop in the vehicle, drop a smoke, get some acceleration on the way down. But where do you go from there? You got to get into nade range of everything else. APG flexing out. Look at top move. He's going around the edge, and it's going to be all up to AKOP down on the low ground to stay alive for them.
Nice shot from Chips. Immediate response over towards top. I think there was a little bit of assistance coming through on the sidelines there.
No way.
And that's the... Again, they know that Chips is here.
That's crazy. That's crazy that Chips has been able to do that.
Yeah.
He's been allowed so much freedom on this north side. Taking down top as well on the approach. I mean, that slowed APG. The solo position now behind a tree is completely known. He's trying to drop these smokes and get a little bit safer. I don't think such a place exists.
For APG, though, I think this is a win. It should be a win, right? For Wolves, if they're able to take the fight to APG, though, that is a massive thing for them. For Wolves, it will certainly put some confidence back in them, which I think they're absolutely lacking at the moment. I think that there's a lot of times where Wolves are even second-guessing their own decisions that they make in these games, where 2 players will have a very different plan from one another. But this game feels a lot better in terms of that so far. I do think that the success they found from that mid-game has really helped them. But Doc already finding that angle over towards Igor is pretty bad news. 12 elims so far for APG, and Nade down the hillside to confirm this knock over towards Chips. He just about jumps out the way. Doc?
It's in the buggy reposition.
Hello?
The nade is long. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Doc moves out as well. Chips finally goes down. It's Batten to be able to find that, so that is solidified. Doc is still alive. APG gonna have to move forwards a little bit with their off angles. This is a straight-up 3v4 between these 2 teams now, as they were able to find one of the Wolves earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Doc just ran him over, by the way.
Yeah. Crack on, lad.
That's stylish. A little reverse from reverse.
Absolutely. Getting the tire blown out doesn't mean you can't look good. And he is going to slide into safety. Slide into home base. The Wolves now flexing back now. Trying to get a north side position. Remember, it closes dead center on this circle. And APG are going to move up to the ridge lines. There's this divot that sits in front of the Wolves. APG can't go full for it. I mean, especially can't, given the 14 nades on side for the Wolves. They've got a lot of utility, and APG, they need to place that one nade
For APG, it is just one day they need, but I think they expended a lot of them over towards Team Secret earlier. Good shots over towards Wolves now have all been slammed into the same position. Top has all the angles that he might like, and Wolves again is just, I think they're trying to find safety in numbers, but what they need here is angles over towards APG, and they're unwilling to go for them. Baton just exposes himself there. Zol's immediately stepping up. Now just 2 players remaining. Coops would need 2 massive nades to finish from now. And it's definitely, it should be a 16 elim game here coming through for APG, barring some craziness from the Wolves.
You would think so. As they get that flush, they're up to 14 already. They're grouped up a little bit, and there's still a couple of nades left. They're all being unleashed now, though, and none of them really connecting. Doc a little bit further away than that. The bounce around the side. He just steps out in time. Doc just about in cover. He knows nades. He knows what's going on there. And there go the Molotovs, the utility. Ziol steps up and does get taken down. Coops needs to commit to the heal right now, and there's no nades in response. There's still, no, they don't have any. It's only 1 nade on the Wolves' back pocket. That gets it forwards towards top. Goes long. Coops forced into the trade. From the high ground, will not be needed. The backup not there. Thor behind the tree will get burnt away. And APG, I don't know if they got that last elim, but they were able to hold onto the zone, hold onto the game this time around. And it is a different team that we're seeing from the Gauntlets who've stepped into Group Green.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an APG fan, you're probably like both not surprised and quite annoyed, right? You're not surprised that APG is suddenly doing really well, and you're both kind of annoyed that they didn't play like this during the Gauntlet stage. Again, it is one of those moments, though, where that interview with Seven was actually very telling, where Doc admits a mistake, and I do think that this team almost required humbling within the Gauntlet. For them, it was more like the Forge. They were getting slammed by the hammer, and now they look sharper than ever coming into these group stages.
It is very, very nice stuff to see APG able to go the full distance there. It looked like Wolves had a pretty good game there too. Blank, their position on the western side of that circle, they held those compounds nicely, and they were able to transition fairly successfully. I think that OG maybe let it slip during that game as well. They didn't have the control from Everest that they wanted. They weren't able to inflict the damage that they needed.
Yeah, for Wolves, there's definitely that situation where you look at them and you can tell that there's still some floundering happening in those final game moments, whereas APG immediately had their plan and they stuck to it. So it's tough. I'd like to see what Max had to say about that APG win, though, because he's probably quite happy about it.
We have the same circle as match number 2, and guess what? The same level of hype. This was a close one. Once again, we get Alpha Gaming going against Wolves in a 4v3, and I mean, at this point, Alpha Gaming were just unstoppable, Max.
The APG win is real!
Yeah!
It exists! Sorry, I had to pop off at one point because finally the APG prank is over, Hot Jukes. It happened! The Gauntlet is done.
Way too long.
Group
Way
green.
too long.
Yeah, and it's called the Group of Death because they are in the lobby. They're top here with a P90, able to put the nail in the coffin of Wolves. Really, really happy with the execution of this game. And I'm really happy to see the rotations later on of this game for APG Niptro because they saw that compound, they saw the circles like, samesies? We take good compound.
Yeah.
This time it's ours.
Yeah, it was really, really nice. I loved seeing different teams do the same things as other teams in match 2. Like OG, for instance, did the same sort of strat as AE. So that was really nice to see it go, oh, same circle. Let's do what we didn't. Let's not do what we did last time and do what they did this time. And it was really, it worked. It worked a lot better. OG able to put up a really good fight there. But yeah, APG coming through. It was nice to see that they still got it. They still got it. Even, I mean, so many people were like, oh, nah, this is it, bro. This is it, right? And they came back and like, no, we know exactly what we're doing. We're still as good, and we're going to show y'all.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. Maybe these guys just wanted a little piece of that group stage money. I don't know what it was, but Doc taking responsibility. And oh man, is it working now? Look at that, 967 damage, 5 eliminations. They take the most dominant compound in that circle. Max, man, I called it the second we saw that zone. I was like, that's the compound. That's going to be the team that wins. And what do you know it? APG take it and it works for them.
Some people call that compound the Hot Jukes compound. There's history of Hot Jukes in that position, but know that they take it very early on, and especially the nades. Niptra, we saw them throw onto Team Secret. They were playing the Ridge, were just so well executed from Zyol and Doc in particular. Very happy with it as we go through the replays, but damn, yeah, APG here, again, copying the early straps from some teams in the previous game, and here execute it to almost perfection. It was really, really good game from them.
Yeah, I loved what we saw from them coming in there. It was exactly what we wanted to see from Alter Ego in the last game, and they were able to just capitalize on that and actually make it work for them. Yeah, even better. Some awesome, crazy shots coming in through here, though. Like, all these headshots, long distance is insane. Krypton was insane. You can see, because he almost had it.
Watch those hands.
It's so true, right? So true.
Oh,
but some really, really cool shots.
Yeah, beautiful shots indeed right there. Those nades, by the way, you know, we were talking about them earlier, right, from APG on the TS. I mean, they didn't waste any time, right? They were going to make sure that they took that team out there at the bottom of the hill, and that worked out for them. One thing I do want to mention, though, right, was how dominant this OG position was on the hill. But they were just so split and got picked apart one by one. Max, man, what do you think about that?
Look, I'm going to tell you the one thing that annoys me with Orangutan that I've mentioned it also during the Gauntlet stage. They are so good at taking positions like this. Like, they learned from the previous game, right, Hot Jukes? They're like, wait, that was a really good position. The circle's the same. We're going to take it away from Alter Ego. And when they're in full control, they just decide to go for these splits, and they just give up a great potential finish over to another squad. It's a slight thing to adjust. If they do, I think we can finally see some big wins from Orangutan as we go through the replays here. And I want you all right now, Niptura, and everyone here, to pay attention to APG. They're like, oh, cross the bridge. Okay, we wait for phase 2. Oh, phase 2, we're chilling. Chopsticks area. This is great. Phase 2 pops are like, the compound is free. The same one. Yoink, it's ours. And same for Orangutan Dune, as you said, Niptura, the same play as Alter Ego. So teams had just like big deja vu on that phase 2 shift. It was very funny.
Wolves as well, right, coming in and going, hey, that compound was free the entire game last time. Let's not make that same mistake again. We're taking it, baby. And they were able to get a top 2 finish out of it. So I doubt that mistake will be happening anytime soon.
Well, you know what? One thing I definitely want to talk about, and I remember you guys having a little bit of contention about that strategy, was Wolves, right? They were about to push up on that hill and possibly take OG on a little bit early, but then they decide not to. What do you think about that possible push, Max, man?
From which team, sorry, you lagged out for me.
Wolves. Oh, sorry, yeah, it was Wolves. Remember when they were about to push up on the Everest, on the OG, but then they kind of like just stopped and ended up going back? What do you think? You think that was a good idea? You think they should have pushed then, or you think it was good for them to hold off all that push?
I think it was good for them to hold off, because sure, Everest would give them a lot of value if they're able to win that fight, but of course, every time you take an engagement, it's a bit of a risk. It's a bit of a 50-50 as to do you come out unscathed or not from that engagement. But I think actually here, Niptra, them staying in the compound to the west was the right call, because you're still in circle. You're not forced to make a big decision just yet, so you just easily make it into the later stage. For me, passive approach was the best approach for the side of Wolves.
Yeah, I agree to a certain extent that holding that compound... Oh, hang on. Doc MVP, we haven't seen that in a good long while. So nice to see him back up here. But going back to our conversation real quick here is... yeah, I agree to a certain extent that, yes, absolutely, staying in the compound was the correct play, but I don't mind the split that they made, the 1-3 split up to Everest, because they were very mobile with it. They weren't over-pushing. They were just trying to control that angle, make sure that the teams up on Everest didn't come on down. So I really did like that play from them, but we see the overall rankings, and that win onto APG pushes them, clears the gap by quite a bit, and puts them in first place. What a game from them. That was so important.
Dude, what a crazy start to the day. 48 points, guys. That is an average of 16 points a game for Alpha. Wow. I mean, yep, they slept during the gauntlet, but they're awake now in the group stage. They definitely don't want to be on that bottom 5. As a matter of fact, remember, those bottom 5 are out of here. It's good to see the Wolves after that game. They pushed themselves into 7th place. Remember, 4th through 11th, Those are the teams going to that survival stage. We got a lot more action for you guys coming up. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after that.
The world converges. The race to be the one begins. The 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship will be held in Bangkok, Thailand from November 24th to December 14th. The ultimate stage where legends are forged and champions are crowned. Let's dive into this year's updated format. The journey starts with the Gauntlet, a high-stakes 3-day stage where momentum and pressure peak from day one. The top 7 advance directly to the grand finals. Teams ranked 8 through 16 head to the group stage. Also new, Rondo replaces Sandhawk in the map rotation, starting each match day. After the Gauntlet, the PMGC continues with Group Green from November 28th to the 30th and Group Red from December 2nd to the 4th. 32 teams are split into 2 groups of 16. In the group stage, the mission is simple. Finish in the top 3 of your group to secure a spot in the grand finals. Play 4 through 11 and you get one last chance to stay in the fight. Land in the bottom 5 and you're eliminated. Once the groups are over, the final 2 grand final spots are determined in the last chance stage. 16 teams compete over 2 days on December 6th and 7th with no room for error. Only the top 2 keep their dream alive. After the PMGC League concludes, it's time for the final fight. The grand finals, the best of the best. 16 PUBG Mobile teams, including the host country, invite. Prove they are the one. The epic conclusion takes place from December 12th to the 14th. Who will rise on the road to glory, claim the crown, and take the lion's share of $3 million prize pool? Who will write their names in history? The journey to greatness begins here. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Ingin meloloskan tim inilah ke grand final karena 2 kali PMGC kita nggak loloskan. The emotion driving me is like probably a bit of regret. We were so close, especially in the last games. We were top 1 and then we dropped down to top 3.
이제 저희가 작년 세계대회 우승했던 것만큼 압박도 있고
去年はなかなか世界大会優勝 PMG を優勝ということもあってモチベーションがなかなか保てずにいて PMGC に出場することすらできなかったんですけど I would definitely say I'm coming back for redemption this time. I believe this is my moment to win PMGC this year. I have a really good team. We prepared really well. So if there's a chance to win it, I think this is it.
쉽다고는 생각 안 하는데 저희가 또 PMGC에 왔으니까 저희가 열심히 하고 또 실수하지 않으면은 우승할 수 있다고 생각해요.
Aku senang banget sih di saat ini kita bisa kembali lagi di PMGC yang dimana kita salah satu tim satu-satunya Indonesia yang bermain di sini. 私たちはこれまでにも世界の舞台で強烈なデビューを飾り、このチームがどれほどの実力を持っているかを証明しました。チームメイトを信じていますし、 再びやり遂げられると本気で思っています。
I would say I want people to remember that I always tried hard and no matter what the result, I showed up in a good way.
Sekarang waktunya kita untuk membawa piala ke Indonesia lagi.
目標はシンプルです。グランドファイナルに進出し世界タイトルを取ること、今回は PMGC トロフィーを持ち帰ります。
저희가 더 열심히 해서 꼭 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back to the first day of Group Green at PMGC 2025 live from Bangkok, Thailand. I'm here joined by the MVP of PMGC 2024, Nobu from D Plus Kia. Nobu, you're the defending champions of PMGC. Does that give you extra pressure?
우리 선수는 2024년 PMGC 디챔핑 디챔핑으로서 PMGC 들어오는데 혹시 지금 부담감이 있어요?
딱히 부담감은 없는 것 같아요.
No, I didn't feel any pressure about that.
Okay, well, that's good to know because right now you're currently sitting in 10th place, 25 points away from the top 3. What has been the biggest challenge today?
지금 3등은 25점 차이가 있는데요. 혹시 지금 제일 힘든 점은 뭐예요?
딱히 힘든 점은 없고 저희가 준비한 대로 열심히 하면은 잘 될 것 같아요.
I didn't feel anything about. I didn't feel very difficult things about it. I just can do it as our preparing.
Okay, well, hopefully that's going to be the case. And I have to second something that Blank was saying. It feels like the lobby's being very aggressive, but you guys haven't been able to win your fights. Is there something that you need to be able to readjust to be able to win those fights?
지금 로비에서도 많이 잘하는 팀이 있는데 혹시 그 중에서 누구 제일 잘하는 거 생각하고 있나요?
APG?
I think our game is the most difficult thing as I was.
I would have to agree with that because that team right now is playing like they were supposed to play in the gauntlet, but now they're here in Group Green and wanting to make sure they go to the grand finals. 감사합니다. Nobu, back to you guys.
Hey, there we go. Good to be able to hear from Nobu there. D+, right? I mean, our previous champions, again, they're currently sitting in that 10th place position with 12 points, right? It's good to hear their mindset here, Maxman, as they go into the rest of the second half of the day here, right? What do you think about their performance so far? Obviously, it's not where they want to be. You know, why do you think this team's struggling off the rip?
It's a similar issue to Falcons where they're getting caught early in their rotations and they just lose players. If in this game in particular, right, Chips wasn't solo. He had maybe 3-4 man in that position. Chances are they might be the one to actually claim that chicken dinner at the end of this game instead of APG. But yeah, those early transitions, they're really struggling to keep the entire squad alive. If they can fix that one glaring issue of the early stage, we know what D+ Care can do here. Hodjux, easily they could wrap up wins, but that one issue is currently causing them a lot of hassle in these matches.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, I think that's probably one of the best things for Alpha Gaming here, Nipter, right? Is the fact that they got to play in the gauntlet stage, right? They got those extra games to warm up. You know, they're finally playing the way they're supposed to. I mean, do you think the fact that they played those extra games gives them a little bit of advantage coming into this tournament so far?
I think in terms of mindset, absolutely, because we're seeing a very different APG to what we've been seeing for years so far. So I think it was so incredibly important for them to actually have to play the gauntlet, have to lose the gauntlet so badly, so they can actually do what they're doing today.
Hey, maybe Max, that's why that D Xavier man was sad, right? That they go straight to the grand finals, right? He was I want to go to group stage.
Bro, you're looking at this lobby. I want to look at D Xavier straight in the face right now, Hodge. You can say, you're looking at these games and you want to play these games. This is brutal. Who would want to play this stage, man? This is crazy intense and aggressive from all of these teams as we go through some of the replays of today's 3 matches. And I got to say, maybe this is a bit, bit much what I'm going to say, but these 3 games alone for me are like way more fun to watch than the entirety of the gauntlet. These 3 games were beautiful execution from every single player and team. This is what you expect from a PMGC lobby, Nepture, and right now all these teams are delivering great gameplay.
They really are. I think it is every single team. Every single team has something to show us in every single game. I mean, if it's the near 1v4 from Falak, if it's these awesome long-range shots from Alter Ego, if it's the nades from APG, like everybody's got something to show, and they're doing it in style. These games have been just so much fun.
I would think we have to replace these desks every 2 games.
I know.
They're taking a beating, bro. Come on, let him alone.
The difference is crazy, right? I mean, you got the gauntlet where it's like, hey, you know what? You don't win, you go to the group stage. Here, it's like you don't win, you go home, and then all of a sudden, right? They're not messing around at all here. I mean, they want that big share of that money coming up here. So we can take a look at the top 4 gunslingers, and of course, look at that, 3 players from Alpha Gaming up on top here, Max.
And you got Coops just like, hey, don't forget about me. I mean, they had a great game, of course. They got himself to 2nd place, so Coops popping off, but Zyol, Doc, top here. I mean, what was really cool is that Zyol, his nades have been kind of matching the energy of Doc's grenades. They've been so pinpoint accurate with that utility. Top, especially his grenades on that Rondo game, were really standing out. APG, for me, of course, the rotates are good, everything, but like their utility game, Niptura in particular, really is the standout kind of aspect of the game that is massive so far for APG.
No, it really is, and what I love is that when Top joined this roster, immediately his nades got a lot better because he was learning from Doc. Now we have Zyol as well coming in, and his nades in PMGC so far have been really, really good. So I love the energy that Doc is kind of just influencing the rest of his team to really up their utility game, and it's creating this powerhouse of a team that if they play well, and if they get to the end game, they are unstoppable. So it's a really, really nice sort of shift to see team by or player by player, the individual step up in that area is really cool.
Can you imagine if Doc is like looking at his teammate's phone on the side and be like, just a little bit more to the right, a bit higher? Yep. There you go. Easy. He's just coaching them on the nades.
He's got that heat-seeking missile, right? He knows exactly where to throw him right there. And that's what's so good, though, right? When you have a player who's really good at using a particular utility or strategy in the game, right? Him to be able to like really coach his squad, give him a little bit of advice. Everyone's gonna level up, right? I mean, the proof is in the pudding. When you see Doc nail those nades, you know that whatever he says goes for sure. Now, you know, when it comes to Doc choosing off angles, maybe think twice. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you're like kind of like, I don't know about that advice. But you know what? They end up winning that game there, and they land back in military, right? We saw them land a little bit different in the first Airgale. Max, what are your thoughts, right, on the fact that they win from coming from military? Do you think that can get in their head at all?
I don't think so, no. It's just that it's their primary drop location, so they can really use that position to its full potential because they dropped there for like years at this point. So they're very, very experienced when it comes to that drop location. So I'm just happy they have the secondary option of going to Kameshki, which actually this game, Niptura, we were looking at the map feed, Inner Circle dropped in Kameshki. So they are also trying to use it as a secondary drop location if they have a really bad plane. So the adaptability of these teams is just second to none, and so far it's been successful for not just APG, but also Inner Circle. Balance, whoa, those stats.
Yeah.
3.7 is crazy. Well, it's only 3 games played, but still insanely good stats for this player.
Yeah, and the fact that he's got 43% team contribution, like we know the rest of the team is not slacking at all, but that's just his influence on the team that he's being able to contribute so much. I do want to go back to APG very quickly because they did go back to military. I have a hypothesis here, Max.
Ooh,
Jukes,
okay.
that APG did not drop military because they were worried that GS would hot drop them again for the first game, and they needed to not have a rough start on Erangel. They needed to be able to come off the back of the Rondo with a really good Erangel as well. So I think them going back to military was always part of the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good theory. You know, I like the fact that they did it in the first place, right? Because it just mixes things up, right? When you have a squad that just goes in the same place constantly, they're just so predictable. So I think the fact that they just changed their drop location at all, Max, pays off here big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that first Erangel was mainly because of the plane that was very northern. I think that was the reasoning behind it. But you know what? That's an extra little bonus for having changed that drop location of Turo. So I would have to echo your point. But was it the main core reason as to why that happened in the first place? I'm not 100% certain just yet.
Yeah, well, you know what, man? We got match number 4 coming right up. The last Erangel of the day. Max, real quick, percentage chance we're going to see another Gaka circle. Go.
99% chance. And if it doesn't happen, we fell on that 1%. Okay, so it's looking pretty good.
All right. I like those odds right now, but let's get ready for match number 4 and take it on over to our casters.
And in we go. The third and final Erangel of today, match number 4 for Group Green. And we are going over the military base island up towards Kameshki. We'll see where our teams opt to drop. We haven't seen any hot drops on Erangel so far. Teams are playing sensibly. We'll see if this more eastern-sided playing path is going to favor us. And are we going to go back to Gatka? That's the question on my mind.
It would be amusing to go back to Gatka. I'd be okay with it. You know, you get the 3-time reset. Figure out what you want to do. I think at this point, though, there'll be like probably 3 teams trying to go for that compound that sits just south of Everest. Of a very different story. APG dropped down towards Sosnovka. No reason not to here, especially with the fact that the playing path is so south starting on this one. But yeah, very much off towards the east side. So a little bit more difficult. I think most players and teams would hope for an eastern shift on the circle here. Wouldn't make their lives much easier in the long run. For OG, it's a bit of a long drop over towards Rozhok.
Yes, a bit of a way to get that one. We'll see if they're able to make it. Probably drop in short, grab some vehicles, head on out. You can see they're over, towards the west side of the Yaz fields. Grab a vehicle or 2. They should be okay. And we're definitely not going to the Gatka fields, Blank. We're going over to the east side this time around.
Yeah, you can already see here a little bit of argy-bargy going on in terms of teams all rotating on top of one another because the spots are limited. Hello. Pistol out. See if we can get done. The monster truck is coming, though. One more shot. It's all it take, and he does find it. Very nice.
Got quite a lot of ammo in that pistol. It's looking good on the iron sights. Oh, dear. Came up against a rifle. That is, that's really annoying. That's really annoying for the Falcons. Oh, yeah. Definitely overstayed on that.
Yeah, a bit overzealous is the way to put it. You just get in the vehicle, run him down, and then leave, right? You don't need to flush him with the pistol. I think for Narvalo, it's an unfortunate one, especially with Narvalo being one of their best players on that squad in terms of gun skill. And I think that they desperately do need that. Koa in the past was so incredibly strong, really made a name for himself, but I think has been slightly less explosive in terms of performance recently. I'm still waiting for him to break back onto the scene.
Yes, hopefully a resurgence in his future, but that's easier said than done. Let's take a look at some of the data for APG. They definitely have stepped back up, right? The desk were talking about it. We've been talking about it as well. A revitalized Mongolian front coming through. They're now top of the tables, kind of where we expected them to be. Better late than never. Gen G managed to take 2 players down from the Goats. That leaves them on 1 player standing now for Goat, and they are not going to be happy about that. That is a pretty appalling situation to find yourself in, not even into minute 4.
Yeah, a fairly aggressive start, honestly, all things considered for an international format. Already 4 players down, only 3 minutes into the match is quite ridiculous, but Goat's definitely mostly on the receiving end of this. Only Varanik left remaining for the squad. Gonna have to go for some survival maneuvers into the late game here. For 9Z, I think they're very happy with their Yaz drop here. This is a great position to get started, especially if it moves over towards the fields. You've got a lot of vision here. You can play on the south side of Gatka. Here's those shots from Dami. Oh, insane spray transfer as well.
Yeah.
Assisted by Quick with the SKS.
Very, very nice stuff. Earned points, definitely, for Gen G. Unfortunate for Goat that they were the ones that those points were extracted from. They will have to just try and trot on with just the 1 player now. Still, more matches to play, more games to be had. Tiamba, very, very quiet so far. You said in that last match, it wasn't looking good for them. We'll see if they can change the tune from Milta now. Maybe it's just that they don't favor those Gatka rotates, right? Maybe it's just that they really don't like heading over to that part of the map. Maybe they'll find something better on this east side.
I think the team that I'm most frustrated with at the moment is probably Papa Supermassive getting practically 0 points since Rondo at the start of the day, which just confuses me. I genuinely do think this is a good team, but so far it's been really lackluster. And they're a strong team when it comes to sweeping, but I think they keep getting themselves into some bad scenarios. Now, I'd hope that things would get better tomorrow for them, but it's a lot of homework that needs to be done between now and then. But I think that that's almost not inexcusable, but the fact that we saw 2 games back to back where it was pretty much the same circle, there were some very clear teams who had learned their lesson from the previous game. I mean, Wolves immediately took it upon themselves to pick up the only compound that was free the entire time that no one went to. I think that was a great decision to make, and it got them far into the game. But again, it shows that on-the-fly changes can be made during the day, and we just haven't seen that from Papa Supermassive, which I think is required a level of gameplay like this. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Not that Turkey needs more contestants into the grand final slides.
Oh dear, yeah. I mean, they've already been able to snaffle away 2 of those spots, right? Doing pretty well. Looking good for representation on that global stage, and that, well, you can't say much fairer than that. I think it's been interesting to see what they've been able to do. Both Kara and Ulf already taking strides out towards those finals from the gauntlet stage. Maybe we'll see another team join them. I mean, you'd hope. I mean, this is going a little bit into the future now, but you'd hope that Regnum Kaya also are going to be able to find one of those spots and really make that global lobby complete, really, with Silas's presence.
I'm definitely unsure about it, though, at this point in time. I'm definitely unsure about Regnum Kaya. I think in the past, it would be the case coming into this international. I was like, oh, Regnum Kaya is definitely going to be going through to the grand finals. I was fairly confident in that. Not so much anymore. I actually have my doubts. Which is sad as well, because I really do like Regnum Kaya as a team. I think Zed Wolf's a great addition. And when I saw him get added to the team, sort of for me, it was a case of, that's insane. Like, that's just become a god roster. But it's not the case.
No, it wasn't quite. I mean, they did very well, obviously, in the region. And obviously, with Zed Wolf just coming into the roster, it was a little bit rocky, a little bit of a difficult road that they trod in order to get to the victory, right? It would the entirety of the PMSL that they qualified through. But here, it seems like that process has sort of had to happen again, and hopefully it's happened in short order. APG, they were able to turn it around massively, right, from the group stages, and maybe the similar sort of thing could happen here.
We don't. Let's not talk about APG.
Well, they did pretty badly in the gauntlet.
That's better. Okay. I think we just get the can't talk about
Don't want to. Yeah, APG's so bad right now. Like, just
so
I don't
bad.
even know what they're doing. It's just awful.
Yeah, it's just really not good. Like, the same. It's the only way. It's the only way to get them to do well. All right, you're lay into them, and they can take it.
Ooh,
try respect.
Circle's laying into the lobby right now, heading all the way out to the east side. Lepovka Circle, very rare. We'll see who's going to be able to crunch in over that mansion area. A lot of buildings is surrounded by open ground in this zone. And then up to Lepovka, that hill that sits to the west of it. Could potentially be a little bit of respite. Wolves, they're kind of at the back of the queue right now. Embroiled with OG and absolutely no one else, who we definitely won't talk about.
Absolutely. And those who shall not be named are currently in front of the Wolves. So very similar rivalry to previous Erangel there. But to be honest, like, I think APG does look like a very different beast this time around. And I'm very pleased by it. And again, I think Doc's taken it upon himself. It's rough. Doc has definitely taken it upon himself to be more of the front man for the squad, but still playing in tune with the rest of the band here, which is really cool. And it's been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming. And they're succeeding because of it.
Yeah, it's necessary. It's necessary for them to be able to do that. Over to Lipovka. Okay, a big scout out coming through from AKOP. This is a big split from the rest of the roster right now. And they've already lost, I say the rest of the roster. There is only one other player, WizGod, as OG did get torn apart a little bit. They tried to crash over the hill into Lipovka. The Falcons now join them. Obviously, we know they lost a player earlier on. But the teams have managed to consolidate themselves to the east side. It has been a bit of a mad dash.
Really love this little patch of high ground that they play. In the past, it's brought a lot of separate teams big victories, and I think that the team that starts in Lipovka, you could see how much this position is favored because the circle is centered on Lipovka. You don't want to play there. That's like the survival area of the map. It is also a case where this is a worrying amount of water in the circle right now. It's almost 50%.
Yeah, it's it is maybe time for the armbands for one or two players, you'd imagine. Ooh, a bit of trouble on the north side for Inner Circle as they're trying to move in on the north, but they're fairly isolated. They should be okay. You can see the next circle will be popping soon. As 9Z yet to fully transition away from Yasnaya. They will have to, though. And we're going all the way up north, another hard shift, and another circle with a lot of water. Nobody's in the middle of this one, Blank. Don't worry.
Oh, who's that? There's just seems like there's an invisible squad in the middle.
There's just no team there.
Actually, decent. It's a small ditch that they're playing in. It's not like incredibly insane. I will say that APG today has been like somewhat lucky on some of the circles that come towards them, but it hasn't been like all the circles are going APG's way. But they have had a few of them. But the thing is that they are translating every single time on those circles, where they're currently at 48 points. Now, if they're able to get another big game here, like, goodness me, you're like stamping a ticket almost at this point in time with 48 points. Duke's highlighted it perfectly. He's a 16-point average, which is unheard of.
It is pretty crazy, but it is a small sample size. And we've seen back-to-back chicken dinners and things like that happen before. And it is always in these 3-day sets about transitioning to the next days. They've had a great success in today's games, but we've seen bigger than 48. And granted, they still do have half the day to play, but it's not something you can rely on. It's not enough just yet. Nades exchange now on the cliffs between Falcons playing as 3 and OG playing as 2. Falcons with Ralph all the way as a backstop. That's a big nade. Blast the card of the sky, and AKOP with it. WizGod now the last player to stand. And that's flushed up. That's stolen away, that point. That's nasty. As he's going to send on over. Oh, and another shot down over towards OG. They go down 16th place. No elims.
Yeah, nice with APG. Picked up both of them. Falcon's pretty frustrated about that. Had to expend a load of utilities to make that one happen. And yet get both elims stolen. So up to 50 points now. I think the record was like 83, 82 from Kara on day 2 of Gauntlet.
It might have been that. I was thinking about Thunder Talk in day 1 as well, which could have been potential.
I think Kara's is higher, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But still, APG's on track right now to beat that. Now,
well, if they can keep up 16 points a game, sure.
The funny thing is, if they continue on this trajectory, they actually hit 100 points in one day. Like, unironically as well.
That would be insane. 16 points a match times 6? Really? I don't think that's. I mean, that's just shy.
They're on 50 points right now.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, that's true. But some of the points have come from this game. 2 of them. So technically, they are just shy in terms of the average points per game.
Oh,
we'll see what more they can do here.
Okay, this is circle.
They're in the middle of the circle.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, that's a big circle up.
I guess it's not
today,
too bad. Yeah, I guess it's not too much circle because you are in the center anyway. So this is technically the circle you're hoping for. So this is a weird one where it's like, did they just play this correctly, or is I would say it's just played it correctly, because I think circle look would be if they shifted over towards Icy's compound on the northwest side. For this, it's just like, well, they have played the circle here.
Loops trying to send on in. Maybe they're playing the circle here as well as they head on up to the APG camp. Ratto Boy first to go down on the fight. Reapus able to flee around the side, fling himself a little bit further. Top chasing down those Nox, chasing down maybe an Elim point more as they spot Loops descending the hill. Rafinha on foot over his Yol, not a chance. Reapus on guard. Then he steps up well. APG, they claim their hilltop. They solidify it a bit further. Nobody's going to dare to step up there anytime soon, you'd imagine.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong spot, but you do need to be competent to play that position. Because as we saw there, when teams come to fight you, it is just bare knuckle fighting, essentially, where there's not too much cover. You're just straight in there. In the meantime, Alter Ego coming up against Tiamba, and that's more like the Bond I know.
He's looking for more, looking for those flashes, looking for those reses. Looking to try and rely on his teammate as well, as unfortunately they have lost one. There is 2 or 3 other teams around here who will hear this all unfold, and Gen G are going to strike out first with the nades. Reject, are they going to try and get involved, or are they going to try and get ahead of this one, try and cut around the outside? But the first aid lands. Tiamba doing a lot of damage, getting those flushes as Alter Ego are eliminated, but now Tiamba need to try and stay alive. They're only as 3. They don't have full force, but they are getting healed up slowly. Move forwards now, but they do need to find an opening. Reiji, there he goes. Reject did not want to get ahead. They wanted to add a point to their tally, and it looks like they're going to get stuck in here with Reiji crashing in.
It's not going well for Reject. But QZZ being down, Bond needs to hit a good Molotov down the stairs here. We'll try and bounce off the side. Doesn't get too much burnt out of the way. So they do have a spy in the mix. For Tiamba, they will need to get rid of Reiji, but the nade into Sarah knock. Synchronized destruction over towards Tiamba. Apollo's already left the game. He's had enough of it.
I'm done, guys. See you later. We only got 4 points so far. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Now we got 7. Maybe I should have stayed. Oh, well. They are going to play it on as 2. Looks like Sarah got the most of those, actually. I think, was it his nade that got sent in through the window? That's crazy. And it was nothing to do with Reiji. As they send on out to the west side. D+, not really going to have an angle here. They're going to move into the foothills underneath APG.
Okay, Wolves. I mean, this is the second time now where Wolves has got far into the game. Currently have 4 players. And the scorecard doesn't look crazy for them in terms of points, but I think initial rotates from Wolves are good. Again, I think it's just that closing of the game that they seem to struggle with the most right now. Especially the figuring out of like what is the next maneuver, what split do we need to take towards the end game. That's where they're really going to have to readjust a lot of their game plans going in towards the future. And I think that is like the day 2 mentality they need to have is like, right, well, early to mid game is fine. What we need to solve is late game.
Really where the majority of points are earned as well, right? It's all well and good getting up to 20 minutes each match, but not getting too much further than that. That's a real massive swathe of points that you're losing out on. D+ trying to slice through the Gen G hold, but Fabian goes down first. Dami holding on the inside. Finally, they get that knock for D+, but maybe too little too late, because Nolbu's down as well. You've got the last player from GOAT who's overlooking this potentially to wait to see who filters on out. Actually, Gen G are down to 2. D+ down to 2 as well. Oxal doing a lot of work here, it has to be said, for D+, and Falcons chime into the fight for good measure.
Yeah, help out D+ here. I mean, for Osal there, I was just kind of wondering where he was. Good shot from Papra Supermassive. Good shot onto Papra Supermassive, sorry, from APG. Wolves will finish off at least 1 player from Reject there. They do take a knock in the process. Kuz is going to pick him back up again. Baton with the swing out for the scout. This is, again, this is what I'd like to see from the Wolves right now. You know, they are now thinking about what's the next step. What do we need to do now to secure the next position? For Baton immediately going for that scout there, that's giving them a little bit of information that there is a team looking to rotate ahead of them.
Information game, very important in these circles now. Well, sat at top right now gives them great oversight, but it does expose them. And that's exactly what Reefus finds over from APG. It does help Falcons down to the west and a little bit to the south, but APG do still have oversight. In the meantime, a bit of a scrap between Inner Circle, Loops as well joining, as well as 9Z.
I mean, GS might even try and get on this. This is a lot of different teams all in one building. IQ will go down, but T24 wreaking havoc on the bottom floor at the moment. There's Coligo left remaining, but we know how much of a terror Coligo can be from upstairs. Look at it stamp his feet.
Also got a Falak go down in the other building there to Vatine on the hop-in. The heal went through, and that's T24 down. So Inner Circle fully flushed. GS not getting involved in this fight at all. They are now mounting up into a vehicle, but they can't make a decision. Well, they certainly haven't yet, as the nade lands underneath Coligo, and it's actually Loops to be able to be the team to survive out the other end of it. But nobody's done very well off of that blank, off that fight. No one really got too many points, and they've all gone down before the placements even kick in.
You know, despite Falcons having a pretty bad start to this game and losing one player, I think they've done a great job playing on this cliffside. They haven't been too influential on the map in terms of those eliminations, but they've consistently put up some points here and there looking for an endgame finish. Circle moves back up towards the north side, which really encompasses this high ground once again. I think at some point, APG needs to start worrying about the eastern side, but they're actually quite lucky that the circle, that was close. They're actually quite lucky that the circle encompasses a small amount of Team Secret's compound, because they can look at that and be like, well, it's likely that team is just going to sit in there. So we can fully focus over towards the western side now, knowing that the hilltop is going to break all the sight lines from the eastern side. So super fortunate and tiny little things, which is adjusting how APG is playing this circle.
On the hilltop really are the team to beat here, not just on the tables but in this game. And look at, there's no team beneath them that is alive anymore, Blank, really, not within arm's reach of them, as Loops finally bite the dust there. Their last player falls down. GS maybe not long for it either, so they've only got the one elim to show for their match at this stage. I mean, for APG, who takes them down here? I mean, it's Team Secret, maybe? But even then, like, their run-out is going to be completely overlooked by that push. I mean, Wolves probably actually is the most likely in this scenario to be able to take them down.
I mean, if you are Team Secret, like, to be honest, you should be pushing west here or trying to sweep on one of these sides, because this is the big reason why APG is having free reign on the west, is because they're almost certain that Team Secret's not going to leave that compound. That would be the like sneaky maneuver that Team Secret could make here, which is to completely abandon that compound, which is likely not to be in this next circle anyway, and go for a quick spin. But again, I think Team Secret's just worried. They've been playing worried all day, and I think that APG is the one team right now who is playing with that vast amount of confidence and bravado in these games.
Nolbu finally down, tried to play the smoke tricks, tried to play up towards that late game that we saw from them. Getting a third place on the foothills of Everest, denied this time, down in 7th place. APG going for a rollout towards GS. Team Secret still yet to move. GS, I mean, there's really not a lot you could do. When that many players for APG roll up on you, goodness me, that's going to be a tough start. Wolves and Papa Supermassive, though, not taking the opportunity, with APG diverting a lot of their power up. Hang on a minute, that's a lot of damage done. Maybe they are finding the opportunity. Maybe they are looking for that opening.
I mean, they should be able to get this res here, honestly, I believe. But it's also understandable why they go for that rotate. Good knock from Doc there. Again, the second time today that he's gone for a rundown onto Baton as well, by the way. And it feels like they're just soloing the Wolves at the moment. Now looking for a little bit more of the back of it. Papa Supermassive goes down. But yeah, you can absolutely understand why APG sends the two over towards that north side for the exact reason of TS going for this rotate over towards the north, which they are trying for now. Immediately, Doc continues to rotate around, but the circle going down towards that south side. I think at the moment, what APG needs to do is control the north and then play down towards the south.
I mean, you don't want to allow the Falcons too much, right? They are a duo, but they can still have an impact from the south side of this ridge approach. maybe a
Absolutely,
little
but
bit
that's going to be your
dangerous.
final fight, right? That'll be your
Yeah.
final fight. So
Yeah,
right
you
now
lock
they have
that
the
in.
most control on the north side, so we lock that down. Then we rotate around Team Secret, which again, for Team Secret not flexing from this position earlier, they've almost given themselves a death sentence by doing that. So I'm a little bit confused. Jagki, the only one really with a forward-thinking plan here, trying to scout something slightly over towards these hilltops.
Did need to wrap around a little bit earlier, but now the run out is going to be pretty impossible. Looks like, yeah, the one smoke coming through on that approach. They're going to have to just go for it. They're just going to have to try and push all the way around to the north, try and find something, because you don't have any other options at this stage. This will be readable by APG. The question is, how do they respond? It looks like they're going to regroup fully, actually give ground to Team Secret, as Falcons are going to carry them as they try and get across. Not going to work out for them. Koa, happy to help.
Yeah, there's barely anything else for Falcons to look at right now other than Team Secret as they make this crossing. Again, to Team Secret, the fact they don't make this a little bit early, they could have got all 4 across potentially. Zio will find Doran, and it's another high elim game, up to 10 right now on the match. It sits them at 58 points here, not to mention the placement points that they will likely get. But let's see if APG can close down another. Go for the back-to-back here, John.
They've had a second place so far today, a chicken dinner as well. They're now looking to try and make it a second chicken dinner, a very high placing game. That is a very lucky bounce on the nade for top, as Koa nearly was able to create an opening on the flank, but he backs off very, very quickly, knows that he's not going to get pushed, and Refus answers with a nade to Koa, takes half his HP bar, but he's got an MG3, and Max is salivating at the thought of what he could do there, as Redox is flushed out in the open.
He's going through a little bit of shit damage, kind of going off kilter though. GK will find Koa, so now it is just the 4v3 now. Team Secret versus APG. Zio on the off angle. Now this is where APG needs to keep a tight ship, because before they've made some careless mistakes in the past which have led to their downfall, but a good pick off from top makes it a 4v2, and it's almost undeniable now that APG should get the win.
I mean, look at the utility, if nothing else, right? There's absolutely nothing for Team Secret to play with. It's all in APG's pocket. Doc flexing out, playing the smoke, nades rolling over. They're going to be tickling that damage down and down and down. Team Secret need to try and hold their nerve in a 2v4 against APG when they're feeling hot. There's not many that can withstand the test. And Top steps it up, does it all himself. The P90 able to rattle them down. And APG back-to-back taking Erangel by storm.
Really, really well done. And a back-to-back here for APG is ginormous. They're looking for the century in one day here, John. And they're making it look almost possible as well. Fantastic stuff. It really does feel like a very, very different APG from the Gauntlet stage. And it all starts with one man admitting to his own wrongs. And that's what matters here for APG. I think that they feel much more like a team here. And it's nice to see. It really is.
I believe I was muted there. As also from Team Secret, they were assisted on that east side, right? Holding that ground open and doing a lot to help APG's mountaintop position. APG, though, they're more than happy to sit atop the rest, take another chicken dinner.
Doc said, my bad, and then he said, nah, I'm a bad man, dude. I mean, these guys are going crazy here, back-to-back chicken dinners for Alpha Gaming. I mean, we heard it there from John and Blank. Like, where has this team been, right? Where were they during the gauntlet? I mean, this is crazy, Max.
Yeah, I mean, they were going gear second at the start of today, and now they're going gear fifth. They're going the entire way here, Hot Troops.
Yes.
Really happy with APG. And the way they held this central position, Niptura, they don't even have a compound, and yet it felt like a compound because their zoning was so strong in this game that no team could even try and wrestle that position away. It was just so one-sided in favor of APG from start to finish of this game. It was crazy.
Yeah, so nice to see from them. And, you know, Loops did try to breach it. They did have sort of a half-hearted attempt there, and the way that APG just shut it down just sent a message from the rest of the teams that, hey, actually, you really don't want to push here. We have this covered, locked down, you're not going to come in. And teams really respected that. So really nice to see from APG just to be able to show such a strong force in this game.
5 elims for top, and then everyone dock 3 elims. Reefus, 3 elims. You're 3 elims. Like, this is perfect share in terms of eliminations, Hot Troops. Everyone has an impact in this game. And Doc, by the way, only taken 46 damage with 3 limbs. With almost 1,000 damage, by the way. I think only 46 damage taken goes to show that when he was peeking you, he was winning 99% of those clashes. So Doc, crazy on those sprays.
Sharing the wealth, man. The first 2 Aaron Gales of the day, right? We get a Gatka circle. I asked you, Max, right? What are the chances we're going to see another one? You said 99%, or it's going to be 1% the other way. And the funny thing is, I think this is the most opposite possible circle from Gatka. Like, the furthest you can get away. We go all the way to Lapaka here to the east, man. And it's so crazy for Alpha Gaming to win this one, right? Because they land over there in military base. They don't even go down the eastern bridge. Now, they go down the western bridge. But what did you think about that rotation? I know we're going to see their graphic here in a little bit, but that was a crazy one, Max.
By the way, when I said 99% chance of happening, I didn't mean the circle. I meant like APG wins back to back. That made me a bit of confusion.
That's what it was.
That's what I meant.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. But no, I'm really happy you bring up, actually, as you go through the replays, the early rotation. APG usually, I don't know if you would agree, Nipturo, strike me as a very slow early game rotational team. They don't leave Military Island that quickly, but this game, I think they saw phase 1, they're like, we need to rotate minute 2 of this match. And they did it, which allowed them to get center position pretty much circle 2, and then no one could contest it away. That early rotate literally won them the game from the very word go of this match.
It really did, yeah. I think because they knew how typically the zone shifts over here. If you come up to this east side, very often it lands around that coastal area, and they were like, listen, the early bird catches the worm in this zone in particular. We gotta get there early. And it really did work out, because as we were saying, right, they kind of won this game from like phase 2. It was a done deal as soon as they took that hillside. So yeah, the other teams all barely had a chance, and you can see in the points, APG running away with it. A back-to-back chicken dinner means not only are they at the top and above the other teams, but now they're even more above the other teams, because that's 24 points that IC don't have and AE don't have. So both those teams have a little bit more work to do now.
I think this entire lobby needs to come to an agreement to not let Top get a P90, because he's just too good with that weapon. He got it twice in a row, and he just dominates everyone with that P90. Like, the guy is crazy with that weapon. Though, if we want to go on another big positive, Falcons, Niptura, your boys, finally doing something here, not losing anyone really too early on in this match, able to play the clip, wrestle that position away from Orangutan. Good stuff coming out from them.
Really good stuff. I love how they were able to actually hold down that position, because it's so open on that back end, and there were still a few players, a few teams on that southern side. So really nice control work from them as well, with Raouf going on to the off angle against D plus Kia as well. So really nice stuff coming in from them. But the man of the hour, APG Top. Let's go. Able to get basically a 1v2 to win the game is crazy. It's so nice to see this man back on top. No pun intended.
Literally. I mean, man, I'm telling you, these guys are on trend, right, to beat Kara as record, right, for points in one day. I mean, they are on point here. So that's so great to see. You know, when it comes to Falcons, you know, it's good to see them put some points here a little early on. They did end up losing one early, but they end up making it happen. They go to 9th place now, but oh my goodness, 72 points. 72 in 4 games. That is 18 points a game, Neptura. Are you kidding me?
I'm so happy. I love this so much. APG comeback of the century. Let's go. This is exactly what they needed, and it's not something any of us expected because APG typically, even when they're having a good season, they do this on the last day. Day number 1, we barely hear anything out of them. So for them to switch it up and flip the story and go, no, we're coming in with a bang, day number 1, to such an extent at the moment, it seems like teams are actually falling in front of them, kind of going, hey, actually, we need to respect this team. We can't be doing the things that we want to do. They're controlling the lobby already, Max.
I can't wait to see all the biased caster allegations in chat because it's so hype of this leaderboard. But it's been such a great day from so many different teams here, so of course we're going to get a little bit more hype about this one.
Yeah.
Looking at the top 4 players of this game, of course, top with a P90 popping off, Duffers and Redox. We know what this guy can do on the global stage, right, Niptro, especially during PMG earlier this year. He was an absolute menace, and he's definitely been able to come through on this Erangel game.
Yeah, so much fun to see him as well. Redox coming in here, and again, we liked how we saw what we saw from them in that last game. We're moving on into Miramar now. It may be having Falcons have a little bit more space to control things a little bit better, have a slower paced game. Maybe we'll start to see them thrive because we really do need to start seeing that because there's only so many matches left today.
To mention, I mean, there's a big point gap between them and that third place team. Currently sitting at third place, you got 9Z there with 41 total points. Falcons are sitting down with 18. Quick math in my head, that's 23-point difference, right? So, man, those top 3 slots are going to run away so quickly. That's the big difference from here in the Gauntlet, right? Gauntlet, it was top 7. Here being top 3, you have to have crazy consistency. I mean, just to kind of guesstimate, right? I'll start with you, Max. In order to get to top 3, how many bad games do you think you can afford here in this stage, right? We're gonna have 18 games total, right? So how many bad games do you think you could punch out in order to still make top 3?
To still be able to reach top 3, I would say you can have one, like, kind of midday. So one midday. Otherwise, the 2 other days, you need to pop off and have a really consistent performances. Otherwise, top 3 is just out of the question. We saw how close it was, right, during Gauntlet, and that was still top 7. So top 3 is going to be even harder for these teams to make it. So I would say one bad day, maybe forgiven. More than that, get the hell out of here.
I mean, heck, with one monster day, Neptura, right? APG could just lock down one of those slots really, really quickly here. So that's only going to leave 2 more left to go. And with how 9Z's playing, I mean, so many of these squads. And that's what makes, I think, Alpha's Gaming's, play here so much more impressive because we just noticed just how leveled up this lobby is compared to the Gauntlet, right, Nep?
Yeah, 100%. And I love that it's APG who are the ones dominating the rest of the lobby because the lobby is so strong now. They're just coming out on top here. So for them, it is going on a trajectory of, wait, there might only be 2 slots left. We really want to see maybe something like that come on through. We'll see if maybe that is going to be the case. Even tomorrow, that could be the case. So I'm really excited to see what we got going on here. But these next 2 Miramars are really going to tell us a lot.
Yeah, these Miramars are going to be very fun to see, for sure.
That is what I am looking for here. Let's see exactly how that's all going to play
with the
out.
7WG. This one is going to be in regards to OG because this team, I mean, they're currently in 6th place, but they're just kind of falling away in regards to those top 3 squads. They are being a little bit more aggressive. Something that I want to bring into attention to you is in regards to the IGL for OG. During the Gauntlet, he was able to get a total of just 7 eliminations. AKOP, he was able to play lights out. Today so far, Aru has been able to get 2 elims. This squad needs to start getting a lot more eliminations. We know they can get the placement points. Let's see if they can maybe perform enough to make it to top 3 at the end of day 1 Group Green.
There we go, and we can just see right there, our 0.5 average elimination so far. We've seen that kind of back and forth play from in some really good positions, who spread out and getting picked apart, right? What do you think this team needs to do, change macro-wise, Neptura, in order to, possibly make a run for top 3?
I think they just need to be more decisive, honestly. They set up so well, particularly that Everest in game number 3 comes to mind for me. They had a really good setup early game into the mid game. They were looking really nice. They were splitting for some control, but what ends up is they get too fragmented. I would love to see them take one or two strong positions, do a 2-2 split if they really want to split for maximum control, but keep it to that. None of these individual splits. We need to see more unity as a team, because that's going to bring forward a much stronger appearance to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah. That game you talked about, I'm really happy you bring it up, Nitra. If they just play together, they don't get caught off guard by Chips, the solo from D plus Kia, and also lose a solo player to the side of Wolves. I genuinely think that was going to be our first orangutan win, which would have been so hyped to witness. Didn't quite happen. But, you know, it's cool that we have such an obvious thing that needs to be fixed, because I'm sure internally they know it's just a matter of time before that adaptation comes through. But I'm looking at the bottom of the leaderboards now, outside of just orangutan and what they can improve upon. Bottom 5 currently, you have GOAT, Team Secret, Tiamba, GS, Reject. Reject hurts me, guys. I don't know about you.
That's crazy, yeah.
Seeing them currently in the bottom of the leaderboards is a really, really tough thing, especially because Sarah joined the team back, Hot Jukes, a little bit earlier this year. I was thinking, okay, Sarah's back, the team is back, the team that dominated 2024 back at PMGO, PMWC, and here, we're not seeing anything. And I couldn't even tell you what is the main big core issue for this team right now, because they just don't get to the late game. What is happening for this team? The confidence for me has just completely disappeared, knowing they were just such a threat in global lobbies back in last year.
Yeah, super rough day one, and that's the hardest thing to do, especially at this stage, right, is to bounce back after a rough day so far. And the thing is, they have to do it now, really, because, I mean, bottom 5, you are gone, dusted, and out of here. So Team Reject need to step up when it comes to Miramar. We got the next map coming up, Maxman, drop-wise. What are you looking at?
Damn, wait, let me open it. I didn't have on my screen. He got me right there. Okay, drop location issue could be Orangutan APG. Of course, don't forget about that one. That could be an issue. Looking at actually El Pozo, we do have GOAT versus Falcons. That could be a very interesting clash if it does happen, but it's mainly down to the plane path because it's Miramar. A lot of teams have secondary drop locations, so I'm not too scared. Unless the plane is like really bad, then we might have a lot of issues here, Hot Jukes, for sure.
All right, well, let's just see if those issues are going to get fixed. Which team is going to be able to finally dethrone Alpha Gaming here? Will they get that third chicken dinner in a row? Let's find out right now as we take it on over to Miramar.
And Miramar is here. The day keeps getting better. We are looking to see if Alpha Gaming can keep things going, because it feels like at some point they got to run out of gas.
You'd think so, right? You would think so. I mean, to be honest with you, if we are looking at the Gauntlet performances, right now Alpha Gaming is already halfway there to what was a top 3 spot over in the Gauntlet. So, and that's in 4 matches. Very, very impressive stuff. You guys are talking about Chumbacera and the OG APG potential drop there. I think the OG has already lifted off that position and are trying to drop elsewhere now. But we'll see how that does unfold. Very kind playing path to start things off. So straight across the map, really easy, really accessible for everyone to get where they want to go during this game. D plus already dropping down towards Impala. Reject very close to them. And yeah, Reject being down towards the bottom of the lobby does hurt me as well. I think Sarah getting back into the roster, it's unfortunate seeing him have so much success over on other international squads and now coming back over towards Reject and trying to rebuild there. We do have a hot drop here, Gen G as well as GOAT, 2 teams that struggle a little bit. Gen G less so than GOAT right now.
They are, yeah, Gen G up in 7th place, but even there, that's not going to be super comfy, especially with a 72-pointer on the map in Hacienda. They'll go toe-to-toe, and neither team losing one just yet, but you've got to imagine it's only a matter of time. A lot of SMGs there, playing the close corners. Top floor owned by GOAT, and Quick wants to try and hop up. No, not going to be allowed to get up the stairs, just hopping in through the ground floor window. And they're really, really reluctant to go for this. Where's the other player coming on through for GOAT? That's what I want to know. There he is. Okay.
Off angle right now on the top of the building, playing rooftops. It's a good spot to play as well, looking down these corridors. Both Gen G and GOAT right now, a bit of a stalemate happening. GOAT want them to come up the stairs, and Gen G want them to come down the stairs. A little bit unideal. But right now for Gen G, at least they have the pick of the litter when it comes to the loot in the bottom rooms. Winnie on board with the pump action. Circle over towards that northwest side. Few teams over towards this location. Tiamba getting a good start over towards Crater Fields and the high ground like around La Cobreria. Monte Nuevo for Wolves, so they can transition from there. 5th place right now, it's not terrible. But again, you're right, with the 72 points that have been put up by APG, it does make the middle of this leaderboard incredibly odd, where you have 20 points galore, starting from 5th place, dropping all the way down towards 12th with Goat with 16. It's a very minimal margin between all these squads, and everything really does change on a dime. So it's hard to even really say where things are going to end up at the end of the day, or whether it really matters, as opposed coming into day 2, where everyone is so similar in performance. Day 2 is where things start to shift if APG doesn't stop dominating.
Yeah, that's something that you, at the moment, I wouldn't bet on, but they do have that route up from Chumacero necessary. This standoff in Hacienda, I mean, this is pretty crazy that more fighting hasn't happened. It's a top floor, upstairs, downstairs kind of fight. I guess nobody wants to be the one to go through those choke points. But then again, you could hop out those windows. You can go further around. It is an interesting one. As we hop over to Chumacero, we'll, I'm sure, see more of that in the elimination feed once they decide to get going. Not that they need to immediately, but it is APG on screen right now. The names on everyone's lips, and oh, okay, hang on a minute. We've got Genji finally stepping out and immediately take a knock.
Yeah, it's definitely a game of chicken, really, here for Hacienda between Genji as well as Goat. I mean, neither team wants to make the first move, and understandably so. But again, for Genji, for me, it's a case of you have shotguns on board. We saw, I think, at least 2. So you want to push the high ground. Satan finding the off angle of Vic is a really big deal. Right now, what they really need to do is get Dammy back up on his feet. And if they can do that, then they can start to play the refrag game. But this is a little bit of a push upstairs. 2 goes down already. I'm glad for it. You know, Go takes the first move, and it was necessary.
They are going to get that res as well on the sidelines. Picking up those elus, picking up those flushes quick. Not going to save his teammate there. Obviously not able to step around down the staircase. But now it's just quick left. A sliver of HP, 1 shot. He's waiting for the others to step through. Has got that double barrel. Does manage to pull one through. But that is all he'll find. And it will be Goat cleanly picking up Hacienda. And by clean, I mean none of them have died.
Yeah, again for Genji, as soon as you get that pick off over towards Vic on the outside, that's where you're looking for that res immediately, and then you're pushing the stairs and looking for the refrags by playing the man advantage. It's a confusing one where neither team seem to have all that much confidence, and then Go is pressured by desperation.
That is unfortunate. Unfortunate turn of events there. GS have taken a knock as well. Loops looking to maybe send a cross for this one. They've already got the sight line on the cross, as you can see. Held down by Neil Zada. He's at vehicle. careens past him. He turns around. Not phased at all. Jafar should be going down here. Everybody moving in now towards the middle zones as Crater Fields become all the harder. A little replay on the pop-off of that fight between Goat and Genji as they're able to find some points off the back of that. Genji, not so lucky. With GS being right in the middle as well, this pickup for Loops is pretty solid. They'll want to continue to hold this area.
Oh, the sneezes right now. Yeah, it's bad.
Got in a big way.
The allergies are coming through thick and fast. And all my windows are closed, so I don't know. I'm allergic to being inside.
Yeah, I don't know. You need to take a minute. That's cool. Get yourself nose blown. Because the moment, I mean, you can sit down. You can get on the bench with Genji, right? Because they are already out. They're not they're not going to be playing the rest of this match. Half of their Miramars today are a wash. Alter Ego moving in from this northeast side. Alter Ego with 9Z, actually, not too far away. Rosemary jetting out there near Cruz de Valle. The two teams in the northeast side, very isolated from everyone else. Not impossible for D+ send up the east side all the way to meet them, but they'll have a long way to go to do so. And you hope that they can get on. OG right now, after going down first, or well, in 16th place in the last match, hoping to keep things together a little bit more. And Seven obviously was saying they need to pick up the elims and see if they can actually keep that pressure going, because they've had some good spots, but 6th place, I mean, it's good, but they definitely, it feels like they could be a little bit higher up, maybe neck and neck with Alter Ego. Oh, he's still going.
No, that was the last one. I swear, that was
sure?
the last one. I promise. That was the last one.
I don't believe
God. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. It's very, very likely another sneeze is coming, just like another chicken dinner from APG is on the way. OG, though, looking to face off versus IC. Or just dip. See what they want to do with it. Second circle shift, though, John.
Up towards that north side. Tiamba. Get a big split across it as well. Those hills in the middle for GS. Those really, really towering mounds that sit there. Looks like they've got most of it under control. Tiamba looking to regroup towards the middle. And they may be able to do so fairly uncontested for now. Alter Ego, not slow, but they aren't there in time to catch that Tiamba regroup. Papa Supermassive further on their southeast side. OG now caught in a little bit of a muddle between them, Reject. You've got Inner Circle as well. Potential for loops to get involved from up front. You could get real mucky as APG sit behind all of it. And if their last game's are anything to go by, that is a very dangerous place to sit between APG and a good game.
Exactly. You are the wall in the path, and right now APG is like they've just been smashing boundaries all over the place. A lot of high ground in this next circle, though, John. With GS currently holding over towards Credit Fields on that side. You have water treatment, which most teams are avoiding like the plague. Right now, no one really wants to be playing on that low ground unless it's necessary. I like where Alter Ego is looking to end up, though. This high ground on the northeast. That's where they're passing through. There's the roads on the north side, and they're looking to head down towards the south. Fair few compounds will play in that area, should it come there. But most teams are just looking for position right now.
Rightly so. The south side, though, much busier on this edge. You could see the number of teams close by. APG circling around OG. And it looks like they're not quite going to find anything. Atanki may be moving up for a shot here. Looking for Doc. Knows the buggy's coming around, but Doc might have a shot of his own. Reject could have angle. No, not quite. Just rolling around that hilltop. They do want to find something here. They are in the zone on the south edge. APG hold that mound that sits in the middle of it all. That south control seems fairly firm right now for APG.
Yeah, they are slightly pincered, though, between them and Loops. And I think Loops is probably the biggest target to get rid of at the moment. OG being down the hill on the roadside, they're not likely to get too involved in many of these fights over towards the southeast. So APG, they're more concerned with the likes of IC as well as Loose playing off towards the western side of Hacienda. I think this is where APG needs to sort of slow the game down a little bit.
And they don't need to pop off just yet. They might want to, though. Keep up that record. They have excelled themselves. Next circle fairly soon. As Reject mounting up some nades. It's Papara Supermassive who are causing them trouble. You can see Reject are split across their road. Apollo, I think he's going to really struggle to get back into this one with that one squeegee. They want to take shots out this way too. I mean, the circle moves out, and this next hilltop, it only makes sense. It's the next stage for them, and APG are lining up to take shots at Reject. They do still have Apollo, I believe, on the south side to worry about. No, he is going to look to try and cross. And APG just keep going. They don't stop. He's still got more.
Doc, no! Spider, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, it's happening. They got too big for their boots. They're winning too much. The dockening, it's returned.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, that's a frustrating. I think they had a fine position where they were. Top was popping off with a mini 14 as he usually does. It's an extremely aggressive rotate coming through from Doc there.
And it didn't pay out as well, which is the kicker, right? If it pays off, it's brilliant. But it seems like all too often it doesn't. At the moment, though, APG still have a solid spot. They might not have as good of inroads as they might have liked towards that northeast side without Doc's presence there. The inner circle sit behind them and will give them a challenge. Falcons moving up to the top of the perch here. I mean, they're not in the zone, but they might get some shots over towards inner circle. Redox not going to take them just yet.
Yeah, this is sort of a position they want to take to try and clear our area. I think most teams know that over towards the eastern side of this ridge, it is so difficult to pass through without getting shot to bits as you pass down. APG is going to take a little bit of a wrap round here towards Papra Supermassive, trying to get ahead of the issue, which is quite smart after initially finding that knock.
Across. Oh, no. Oh, dear. A second player down. And maybe we are witnessing something marvelous, something miraculous. The lobby is defeating APG. Ziolo with a challenge to Apollo, but he's good for one. Reefus now has to try and find him, but Apollo holds on a 1v2, and APG fall. Blank. The Giants have been slain. They flew too close to the sun, and Apollo burned them alive.
I mean, it all starts with the dockening, and it's frustrating to look at, to say the least. Did not need to make that play. It kind of throws everything else into disarray around APG. They've already done good so far with the amount of points they've been able to put up today. I think you're going to be afforded a little bit of a bad game at this point. Let's be quite frank about it. But still, it's one of those situations where we're going back to bad habits.
Circle. Very difficult for teams to make their way across there, right? There's not too many avenues of approach. Maybe 9Z could challenge on that eastern side. I don't think it's a winning position, but I think it's a solid one for D+. I think APG are gone, right? They are not alive. It's not updated yet. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Falcons, they are looking to try and crash down. Ralph is already there. Novalo leaning out the window. Redox as well. There's Alt Ego need to hold, but they are split blank. They just don't have as much power as they like. Rosemary, though, is able to do one, and the second as well is good for Alva. Snake chiming in. The Falcons can't fly on through, and they are down as well.
Yeah, Falcons struggling there. GS looking to move on over. The D+ is very much a bit of a survival location for them right now, hiding out over on the east. There's not a lot of sidelines that they can take from that position, so they're hoping to hit everyone pretty hard with a 4-man squad towards the end game. Definitely want to see more action out of D+, though, because I think as a full 4-man squad, they have been a little bit lacking in that regard.
Alter Ego trying to keep GS penned in. Alter Ego, one of the few teams, actually, who is not in that sort of 20-point boundary sort of area. They are up in 4th place on 30 points. They're wanting to chase towards IC and 9Z up on 44 and 41, respectively. So we'll see what they can do here. In the meantime, though, Inner Circle are moving up over to the hilltop on the southwestern side. Loops going to evacuate it, and OG might be trying to push towards it as well. With Tiamba overlooking, this push could be dangerous, but they're sending their forward scout in. OG want a piece of this.
I mean, they found an initial knockout towards Tiamba. Tiamba's a pretty soft target right now, currently in 15th place. Not had the most amazing of performance so far. IC's really wondering whether this fight's worth it for them. Sadly for IQ, he does get ripped to pieces on the high ground. Balak could get taken out by Nico. And WizGod is able to steal away at least one of those elims.
Well, he hasn't confirmed it just yet. That might be taken down. T24, the only survivor from Inner Circle as they descend the hilltop. A bit of a mad dash. There are a lot of teams around them. They tried to carry forwards. They squirt out the side, and now the fight is between Loops and OG across these ridge lines, not in the valley in between. So I'll have to try and find their way on through, move closer to this next zone. That's what they're going to be looking for.
Alter Ego playing in pretty slow right now. They do have to deal with GS, who is on their western side, down to 3 players currently. Rosemary as well as Alva holding that angle off. OG right in front of Loops, and pretty sure Loops have a good idea of where they're playing. This lineup across the ridge, though, does give them a lot of playing power from this spot.
Yeah. Really going to try and feel the power as well. Add to their points tallies as best they can. Team Secret on the southeast side, needing to move in. Alter Ego still on their split blank, still Guardians to the approach. Ooh, Loops making their approach though over towards OG. One of them down, one of them very, very low there as well. Nades from Aru. He needs to up that elimination game. We were talking about it before, during the breaks between these matches, and now's the time to do it. Tanky getting knocked as well. Aru needs to find it, and he does. The spray down's good over towards Loops. It's traded off, but it keeps them in it for just a moment longer. One of them's been flushed away. AKOP going for that heal, and Wizgod cooking a nade. Ratu Boy and Neilzada both caught in the explosion. And Wizgod opens the cannons. It's a 1v1 now, but it's Loops to close it down. It felt like a miracle nade, but it was not to be. Everybody circles, though. The Vultures approach. It's Tianba moving in. It's Papara Supermassive as well. These reses could not come quick enough, and Loops are into a 1v4v4.
Oh my days. Papara Supermassive desperately wanted that one as well. They get 7 elims, so they profited a little bit off the back of it. Tiamba got 0s. They actually got none of them off the back of that. I think the flush came onto the singular player, and then that subsequently removed the rest of the players from the game before those nades hit. Smart decision.
Alva not quite on. Rosemary was. 2 players from GS. I mean, Alter Ego have been keeping these guys locked up for a long while now. That's got to feel pretty appalling, really, especially on that high ground. Alter Ego do have approaches to this next zone as well. Middle of the map now being scouted out by Team Secret. Wolves on the northeast side with E+ on the challenge. They've been quite cut off from the rest of it, but Nolbu still has his wits about him. Wolves not quite able to find it. He gets another. Nolbu nearly gets the 3rd as well. Doran's so low, but now Fabian has to step up for the oversight. Coops on the backline with the rest of the team moving in. Osal has the angle maybe as well, but Doran is backed off. Coops can't quite find it. In goes Chips. D+ do not want to let this one go. They need to keep Nolbu alive, and Chips wants to fight. He steps up, but can't quite get the spray. Not the first one. And Doran backs off again.
Has good info now, though, and a nade. Should do the trick. Lobs it down. Will take down Doran. Now just Coops left alive off in the distance. Immediately look to pick up Nolbu. And Nolbu does such a good job there for D+. He was the big difference maker on the squad over in those finals. Fabian comes in around the side. Coops tries to find a little bit of something whilst D+ attempts to reset on this fight. But it's not meant to be, as D+ is able to stay alive. If they can run Nolbu into the circle, the real saving private Nolbu situation. For Alter Ego, though, they are currently chasing for 3rd place right now, and 3rd place is currently knocked out of the running. We're getting close to that end game. Let's see if Alter Ego can lock things down here. It is not the most difficult of final circles as well in terms of teams. Right? I mean, Papara Supermassive still up, IC, but with only 1 player. So Alter Ego, I think that they can have a good chance here at this game.
The thing that they suffered from, though, previously, Blank, obviously we saw in that Erangel match, they take these peaks and they keep on the angles a little bit longer than they probably should do. And that has been their kryptonite in today's matches so far. Maybe they'll find some discipline moving forwards. They have moved down that hill. But when the rear guard moves in as well, they'll lose sightlines over towards Goat. And that might allow Goat to flex out, maybe take a peek over towards them. Not to mention, this crash is going to be dangerous, and already some damage is tagged on. More than that, too. That is going to be a hard move down. D+ trying to reposition out wide again. again against the last player from Inner Circle on the east side. Only one player taking those sprays. But that's what we were looking for. Alter Ego going down.
I mean, one player on the back end. I mean, should be able to res him back up. Go now need to deal with the player from GS. Icon swinging around the side, flying through the air with a shotgun in hand, but it's not enough. That will give time for Alter Ego to res back up and attempt to regroup with the rest of the team. But Twix is not having any of it as he snaps straight back over towards them.
Immediately. Ooh, Alpha goes down as well. That is traded off. But
Yeah.
Rosemary falls. This is a straight up bloodbath on the northern side. Goat taking the shots. This descent down the hill. It's just not working out. Alter Ego lose 2. They could not get Rosemary and Alva back into the fight. So it's all up to Snape and Krypton. It's not looking quite as good as it once did, Blank. That regroup really suffered.
It's the regroup. The regroup is just not gonna. I mean, you're coming into stage 6 and you're still playing this 2-2 split here. It's what it is it isn't actually. It's not that the players are silly or dumb and they don't know to do this. It's just greedy play. All the players here are all phenomenal at PUBG Mobile. That is just greed. It's 100% greed. And Alter Ego could have way more points on their hands. And like, it's such a promising Indonesian team. I don't think you should be being greedy at this stage of the tournament format here in PUBG Mobile right at the end of the year. They need to learn to fall back on one another, and soon.
D+ have complete oversight on what's going on here. They were waiting for him to step out. I think it might be a point denial for T24. Don't know if he got that one started in time to be able to out-heal. Oh, he does. He's got 3 more. And he's going to have to run quite far. He has to set out now and just go for a mad sprint. But D+, they're not going to be forced off their angle. Yeah, this is going to be point denial. Just trying to stay alive as well.
Try and get as far into the game as we can. I mean, for D+ right now, you know the players just to swing behind this bridge on the south side and attempt to deal with Tiamba as well as Papa Supermassive. But you just have to be confident in taking these engagements now. I mean, they could try and swing just underneath the ridge on the east here, take shots down towards Papa Supermassive as they make this cross. They've got to be quick as Papa Supermassive already looking stage 4 and 5 is good. It's stage 6 and onwards where they need to start figuring out how they want to transition towards that end game, how they want to start transitioning towards those 4-man angles, because it's not working right now. They can flex back out again once they have control over one side of the lobby.
That is sometimes very beneficial. D plus had a good time there. Plenty of teams able to add points to their tally where they weren't before because of the lack of APG, who went down early. Blank. They went out, I think, in 15th place, which is a big turn of events, as GOAT are able to rise to the top.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, turn it way up, turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Go get the chicken dinner of that one, and they definitely needed it here. Able to get to that hill in time, and D plus end up winning that fight, Neptura. But the second that fight rings out, oh, here comes Tiamba with the third party, right? I mean, how crazy are these third parties going into this stage, at least compared to what we saw in the Gauntlet?
Oh, they're night and day. I mean, we saw some third parties, but I think in the Gauntlet, it was just so much slower. Teams thought a lot more about what they wanted to do when it came to those third parties. And so far here, it's like, no, instantly, we go, we do it. Gun shooting, things, go, just go, just go, just go. That was the thing. That's what they've been doing, and it's so nice to see. You know I'm right, Max, because it's instant, and it doesn't give teams time to recover.
So team shoot gun, and that good.
Yes.
And win game.
Good, go, yes.
This is the great analysis we have on the desk Glads, okay, great time. But I'm actually very keen on looking at the replays because you mentioned it, like, timing was on point for a lot of these teams. And I'm telling you, those replays are going to see a fight break out and another team being like, oh, yoink, my fight, my eliminations. And they take it up right away. Tiamba was just a prime example doing it pretty much the entirety of this match. So Tiamba, a team that has been pretty silent, Hot Jukes, but after seeing what Thunder Talk did, right, on the Gauntlet stage, it's good to see another team from China, from PL, stepping up to the plate and getting a good performance like this.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there was quite a few teams that got double-digit eliminations. I know 3 for sure, right? And Tiamba just definitely proved in this match, at least when it comes to Miramar, like, if they're anywhere near you and they hear that fight going, they're coming for that third party. And that's what's so good, right? It's like day one is always a little bit of a wild card because you don't know exactly just how these teams are going to play out. I think pretty much before the day started, Max, we were kind of talking to each other, being like, hey, who's going to end up top 3 here? And I think with how we saw the gauntlet go down, we were like, I'm not too sure. We saw teams do things differently, right? What do you think, what really stood out different from the squads coming into here to this stage and, like, just playing differently overall?
I don't know if Nitro would agree with me, but speed of rotations, man. The teams are so quick to take in pivotal POIs in these games instantly. And not only that, also we just saw this match, third parties, they're so quick, teams are so aggressive and yet so focused on getting good positions under control early on. For me, that's what stands out from Gauntlet now going into this stage significantly. That would be the thing that stands out to me. Would you agree, Nep?
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely something I would agree with you on because it is right that the rotations are just so much more instant and the players themselves are also really, really mobile, individually speaking.
For sure. I'll tell you what, you got to get moving real quickly here as we can take a look at the team stats here for Go. Hey, pretty spread out overall, right? You got 2 players there with 4 eliminations. You get Kraken with 3. So a good, even play style from these teams here, Mac.
Very nice across the board for these players. Vic maybe getting a little bit less presence done in his limbs, but still getting 400 damage. Nothing to be sniffed at just yet. Definitely some good presence on the battleground. And I like how Twix was the man who constantly was going forward, trying to set up his team for success. He would get knocked every once in a while, especially on that final push near D+, Tiamba, and Papara Supermassive Blaze. But he is also a really safe position that even if he does slightly overpeak and gets punished for it, guess what? Teammates just behind him, that's an easy res for him, and they're going to get back as a 4-man team. So definitely, I would say the perfect mix of an aggressive team, yet passive. They were just in the right spot to make sure they had presence in this lobby, but not too much presence to the point where they would get instantly punished if they go a bit too hard in a specific engagement.
That's what it's all about right here. I was kind of thinking about the drop locations, right? When it comes to this match in particular, I was looking up to La Correria. I thought we were going to possibly see APG go up there, but no, they end up going to their main drop down there in Chumaceta. But it doesn't look like OG. OG has a bunch of different drop locations here in this one, right? What do you think about the different drops here? Did any team in particular really stand out to you, like going somewhere differently, Max?
Somewhat differently, no. I don't really have a big standout thing. Actually, when it comes to drops and how they rotated, I was really happy with Wolves, right? They were going for a big Western rotate, trying to wrap around El Pozo / Crater Field. Didn't quite work out in the end for them. But we did have one hot drop, and that was between Goat and Genji, right, in Hacienda del Patron. That's a fight that did happen. I know, Nipchura, you were quite keen on talking about that fight. The Genji lose, and then the team that wins that fight takes the entirety of the match for Goat. So that was a massive early engagement that actually was so important.
Yeah, and it's not absolutely. And I think especially with GOAT in the past being an aggressive team, that if they feel they've not been able to get those early fights or even just those mid-game fights, they've been going out too early for them to really do anything, it would probably help their mentality a lot just to force the fight, force the issue, because they know they can win. And they go, actually, we can do this. Let's just do it, get it out of the way, and start building from there.
I find it funny looking at the leaderboards, by the way, how APG, they had such a big point lead. They're like, oh, we can have one bad game. It's fine. Still first place. Still a massive point lead. Like 25 plus points from APG. That was just such a good day from this team. Though in a circle, I'm looking. Sure, they're going to have a win, right? Only got 13 placement points, Hot Jukes. That scares me a little bit because otherwise, outside of that one win, the placement points, they're not coming in. You need to see more consistency from the lads if you want to make sure you're going to remain in top 3 for the long term.
Yeah, because, I mean, we just see, like, all these teams have that pop-off ability, right? GOAT in particular, this team, prior to this match, they were in 12th place with 16 points, right? That game alone, Neptura, jumps them all the way to 5th, right? So now they are right within that range for that top 3 position. I mean, APG has a good little point sponge, right? They got a little gap, but from there on, it's for the taking.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've been so focused on the big heavy hitters so far in this game, right? The top 3 top 3 teams rather. We've been looking at them and talking about them again and again. It almost makes it feel like the rest of the lobby can catch up, but GOAT is the exact example of actually the rest of the lobby has much more to play for. They've got, it's just the beginning. Only 5 games are done. We got 2 more days after today. There is so much they can do. The leaderboards are still so close. Is APG running away with it? A little bit, yes. But for the rest of the lobby, there's still a lot of danger zones.
A little bit, she says.
Yeah.
A little bit. Listen, it's first day,
There's
okay?
5 danger zones. Yeah, there's 5 in particular, right? You're at that bottom 5. You're going home after this one. And honestly, like, I'm pretty surprised at some of the teams we're seeing here all the way down there, right? Tianba were really good in this match with those third parties. They're currently sitting on that last spot to go home, right? 12th place. That's a place you do not want to be in, right? Another team in particular, right? I'm really surprised by is Team Reject. Seeing them all the way at the bottom, Max. I know we were talking about that earlier, right? They still haven't got things going. So I'm gonna give the answer to the question that I know you'll have, right? Is why is Team Reject not doing good? What could they do better? The answer that you're gonna say is survive, right? Because we don't even get a chance to see these guys, right? They've been going out so quick.
I could go a little bit deeper too, but like definitely, I mean, the battle royale point of the game is survive until end and be the last team standing, get chicken dinner. That, yeah, good description there, Arjux, thank you. But no, the whole point, right, is that we always see them in the mid to late games like 2 players, and they're super split apart. I want to see them put a bigger emphasis on scouting. Before doing your rotation, find a little hilltop. No, put play up there, do a 3-1 split if you want. I don't really care how you do it. Just try and get information before making a move. I feel like they just go in a circle completely blind. And they don't know what they're getting there into. And then, oh wait, there's an off angle we didn't check, and boom, you get eliminated. Reject, this is causing such trouble for them. This is what is putting them currently in 16th position. If they start scouting a bit more, I think they can start maybe climbing up the ranks. A little bit late, but you know what? It's still going to be good to do it in the last game today.
Well, let's see if one of these teams on the bottom are going to be able to bounce back. We got one more match left to go. Let's head on over to Miramar with John Allen and Blake.
The last match of the day is here, and we are ready to get into Miramar. Southside plane path from Impala to Bahia de Mar. It's going to be difficult for teams wanting to head up to the north edge and for teams wanting to head up to the north of the tables as well. It is still very difficult to climb that ladder. It is a greasy pole, and they will be pushed down, kicked if they try step up behind anyone else. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be fun to watch, and that's what we're here for. The plane just about making the land now. Let's see who's going to drop where. Are we going to get another hot drop in Hacienda?
I mean, this is a very difficult plane path to play around with. Does cut off a lot of the north side of the map. It's going to force out a Chumacera drop, right? For APG, maybe someone else drops on there, but for OG, they're going to drop down just south of La Bendita, which is where they're usually dropping now from now on. Wolves get to go over towards Monte Nuevo. For a couple of teams, this isn't really all that bad at all. For D+ as well, and Impala, this is absolutely fine. They get towards their drop spot nice and early and can get looted up pretty quick.
We'll try and grab as much zone as they can, get as fast as they can away from there as well. Looks like teams are extricating themselves. I'm looking at the northeast though and worried about Alter Ego. The circle pops down, so we're going to La Bendita, Los Leones, that sort of area, keeping Impala in. So D+, they're going to be able to loot fast, take position fast. Maybe this is their game to try and turn it around. And you've got OG as well, and a big split in the middle. This is what I was worried about. Up to the north side. Snape's been spotted. Alter Ego maybe denied their chance to jump up to the top 3.
SKS will do the job. Some minimal gear on it. Rosemary also down to a Vector from QZZ. So not using the most conventional of weaponry, but getting it done regardless here for Tiamba. For Alter Ego, on the other hand, you're right. This probably does put a dent in their plans. They're in top 3 here with 9Z holding onto that one in 3rd place. I think IC would like to catch up a little bit to APG. Obviously not sit even with them. I think 47 for a first day is a pretty good scoreline regardless of what happens. 75 is definitely the outlier here.
Yeah, it's a very notable difference from the rest of the pack. Pretty monumental stuff. Papa Supermassive over at Truck Stop on the north side. We saw great things from them in the first game. They were able to get a huge elimination count, but since then, not quite as powerful. I think almost half of their points were earned, at least, in that first game.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of those points were earned pretty quickly through 28, but we're going to jump on board with Papro Supermassive because 7 has a bit to say to them.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. This one, I'm joined by Kamikaze from Papara Supermassive. You guys were able to have some great performances in Rondo, 13 eliminations, and backing it up here in Miramar with 10 or more elims. What allowed for you to have such great performance in Rondo and in Miramar?
Rondo'da 13 puan aldınız, Miramar'da 8 puan 10 puan aldınız. Bu performans nasıl oldu?
Bu performans aslında yani bizim beraber oynamamız ve uyumumuzla bağlı. O yüzden aslında çok ekstradan bir şey yaptığımız yok. Sadece normal stabil oyunumuzu oynuyoruz. Ekstradan bir şey denemiyoruz. Zaten beraber oynadığımızda da ekstradan killer geliyor yani.
So actually we just didn't do much because we just playing normally as usual. It just we could execute our plans and everything. Yeah, we did good.
Okay, but let's rewind it a little bit because you did have 3 Erangel matches where you were averaging about a 9th place finish and just 0.6 eliminations, not even 1 elim per match. What happened in Erangel?
Erengel'e ne oldu? Hep sıralar 9 olarak öldünüz. Yani daha puan alamadınız. Ne oldu yani?
Erincil'de aslında küçük bir hot drop'umuz var Prison tarafında. O yüzden onunla birazcık uğraştığımızdan dolayı maçlara erken rotasyon atamadık. Erken rotasyon atamadığımızdan dolayı lootumuz falan da kötü olduğu için maçlar kötü geçti yani.
So we have actually a hotspot on the prison side on Erangel, but we put a lot of effort on that part, so we couldn't get our loot and equipment, so that's why we didn't do it properly.
Will they be looking to readjust tomorrow, especially going into Erangel?
Yarın kendinizi daha doğru oynayacak mısınız Erangel'de?
Bunu saklayalım ya. Bunu cevap veremem yani. Ne yapacağımızı ben de bilmiyorum. Yarın bakarız.
Let's keep this secret. I also don't know what we're gonna do, but yeah, you guys will see it tomorrow.
Okay, well, hey, Blank, there you go. You got your answer of what was going on there in Erangel, but I'm excited to see what this team's going to be able to do and see how close they can get to top 3.
Hey, in the meantime, Recheck have been having
I mean,
tough time
it's a pretty good answer overall, and to be fair, keeping things tight to the chest is probably advisable here in internationals, but it's nice to know that something probably will change tomorrow. And it makes more sense as well, considering that there is actually a huge amount of teams that do drop over towards prison side as well as John. And it does get a little bit intense. And prison drop isn't always enjoyable anyway, because as we can see so far, like a lot of our circles were over towards the western side, barring that third one. And making that crossing, there's an incredible amount of teams blanketed over the central island. So you really do have to navigate a minefield. And if you're already starting a position with 1 or 2 teams surrounding you, yeah, it's tough.
Makes a rounded like that. It's not favorable. But maybe they'll be able to keep things going. I mean, they're definitely still in the running in a big way to jump up towards the top side. Reject, we saw their player go down during that interview. They lost one against Gen G on the hills to the east side of Los Leones there. And they will try and salvage that one, but they're still very close to one another. Team Secret, they're moving in to the east of La Bandita, just west of Impala as well, up towards the stunt jump across the chasm. And see how safe that will keep them there. Wolves as well moving in on that northwestern side. There are quite a few teams who are still out and about. You've got GS, you've got Falcons, 9Z, Alter Ego as well. Well, there's 2 of them left, but they are still up towards that north side, yet to make their entrance. But there's this huge glob of teams north of Los Leones, Blank, that are crammed in.
Yeah, and with the circle not being too far down towards the south, it makes sense as well why most teams are unwilling to set foot over towards Los Leones and get trapped within that cage of urban scenery. Look, he's got a bit of a life of its own there. Basketballs itself back into position. Good shot from Chips. Honestly, this guy, in terms of long range and accuracy, has been pretty astonishing, to say the least. Nice to see. Tiamba losing one off on the sidelines there. Deepos continue to try and marshal this eastern side of the map, which makes a lot of sense considering Deepos know that they're likely going to have to shift over towards that northwest side at some point, manage around La Bandita. Only OGs playing around there. We're waiting for Zone 2 essentially to figure out where this one's going. Because where the circle sits right now, it really does require that Zone 2. In other circles, you know, there's very particular positions. I mean, if we went over towards Crater Fields and we had this kind of circle there centered up, there's a lot of high ground you can take. Here, it's very indecisive. So you're just cramming yourself towards the center-ish. Doesn't really matter where you're playing as long as it's safe and fairly central. So you can make this kind of rotation now where we're going out into very open ground. Some teams might want to favor down towards that south side on some high ground. Some teams might gamble on the north side.
They'll try and find something on that north edge, but it's not going to be the easiest when teams start to get close to one another. Tiamba actually sending into the water already. They are diverted from DK, and they are not going to try and move past and around it. Ooh, APG. Okay, they're back to play. They lost out in the first Miramar. They want to make up for lost time. They'll find Apollo. I think wasn't it Apollo that they crashed into in the last game and he 2v1'd them? That's a little bit of a revenge from that shack. And they will be able to take him down. Flush very quickly from Zjol. And they're not even going to waste any time picking through the remains. They will send on in a little bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that, right? Zjol flicking into the second seat and instantaneously flushing, but then also almost immediately back in the driver's seat. That was very quick.
Yeah, slick with it.
Yeah, style points there accrued for him. Yeah, Reject definitely losing a lot out here. Let's see, there was definitely a little bit of the rising sun over the past years for Reject and Japan, but back to their old antics again of sort of being on the bottom of the leaderboards, which is sad to see. A lot of their players got loaned out internationally and it's been here and there, but Reject has always been a constant force here in the internationals, so there is consistency from a singular org anyway.
Yeah, they're always willing to welcome them back, which is beautiful to see. You got to love it, you got to support it, I think. With the circle as it sits, though, they aren't going to be having too good of a shout into this one on their record. APG making the dash in towards the middle here. They stop off in the garage there. A couple of repairs may be necessary as Team Secret weren't able to isolate this one. Actually, Team Secret are split 2 and 2 around this APG position now.
I wonder how they're going to really assault this. I mean, APG have a very central spot to
already, what was it that Kara were able to get in a single day? They're already right neck and neck with them, right? It's very, very close to see if they can break that record. So we'll see just how far they can go.
Yeah, that's a 4-man from the B side. I think it is certainly a possible game to play out and get a strong result off the back of this. There's a fair few more teams that they can try and pull away. Again, I think statistically, yeah, it's a very difficult thing to pull off the 100 points here. But just looking at this game, from the position they're in, with the amount of players they have, with the loot that they seem to have garnered, there's a good chance.
Certainly is. A pretty well. There's a chance, right? There is a chance, but there's plenty of teams still that could get in their way. Papua Supermassive going for a wide flank out, trying to make their way forwards. They have been in open ground for a while now. This approach is just going to be so peppered with danger. APG taking shots, OG taking shots as well from their corner position, and there goes Trombi down with the headshot. He's found and will be knocked out in the open. I don't think Vapor Supermassive are going too much further here. They have got 2 players all the way up on the north side, so maybe they can crash in somewhere, but I think it's OG or nothing, really. Go for that crash, and it seems like that's what they'll do.
Vapor Supermassive looking for it. They've got shots coming out from the sidelines there from Kamikaze. Nico goes down, though. Lost on the sidelines. Has to pull out something massive here. AKOP can't make it happen. And OG will fall versus the push from Papara Supermassive.
A brilliant, a necessary approach and a brilliant conclusion for Vapor Supermassive. They, by rights, should probably have all gone down there, but OG just quite couldn't get them on the approach in the way that they needed to. And that's going to allow 2 players from Papua Supermassive to survive. The 3rd player is all the way out in the open. We saw Trombi get knocked earlier, and it's so unlikely that he is able to crawl all the way across. The knocks still come on in thick and fast as well. Tiamba maybe looking to crash that same spot. We'll see if they end up getting there.
Please, Doc. It's not necessary. It really isn't necessary. They will pick up the point from the play zone there for the knock they got earlier versus Papara Supermassive, which is pretty cool as well. Very small angle to grab there from Reefus, but the team shot onto the vehicle to get him to slowly step back into Reefus' sidelines. It's quite nice.
Taking shots out towards Papua Supermassive. Trying to get rid of him, trying to assuage the threat, or well, not really that much of a threat on that north side. Moving in for the next circle. Let's see where it goes. Is it going to go down to the south, or are we going to get pushed up towards Papua Supermassive? It's kind of dead center here. And the buildings that Reject sits on, going to be probably the main target for Gen G. Either that or play the hilltops that sit to the east of them.
Yeah, I mean, where Reject's currently playing is a little bit on the low ground there, and I think you could probably wrap around the backside, but you're right, for Gen G, it's like, that's a good springboard of an area to play from for them. Wolves also getting a little bit further into the late game here. I just find that spot a little bit awkward for Reject, where it's not the greatest of sightlines to play from. Some of these high grounds that currently Wolves have are nice if they were remaining in the circle, that is.
You'd love it, right? If you still have those high grounds, but if you get clocked like that, Batten gonna need a rescue mission sent out his way. 9Z might even have the angle to go for the flush. Coops on a rescue mission now. And Igor also going to have to start to move in for them, as 9Z likely to be pushing up this way too, either that or into inner circle.
Yeah, inner circle looking to try and get some more points at the end of the day here. If they can get 60 points, they're looking really clean to get in towards that top 3 and confirm their position towards the finals. Tiamba looking to move forward here versus Papua Supermassive. Nico just spraying forward there. Will find him. QZZ off in the distance, but it is 9Z who do rock up to the party, looking to clear out as many teams as possible on this north side. Similar ideas right now to APG. One more fall on the back line for 9Z. Not ideal.
Ooh. One more player for Lost to deal with. with DBS. He turns the corner. First tag is on. There's the off-angle shots though, and it's actually in a circle to take out Papra Supermassive to close out their day, and a nade from 9Z seals the deal on that shack out in the open. The hay bales provided no cover in the end for anyone who stepped up to them. Now we're down to 8 teams remaining. The placement points are here. Let's see how far our teams can go from the top of those rocks. The Wolves still dominate on the high ground, but Reyes able to strike from below.
Yeah, lovely shot from Reyes there. Should keep them safe for a little bit while longer. Again, really just need to hold out for the next 50 seconds because in all likelihood, this moves away from Inner Circle and Wolves, and both those teams need to descend from that high ground that has been causing a lot of these fights to fester, where teams can't really fight one another because of these off angles, these high ground positions that are still remaining in the lobby, which is why it has been a little bit slow here for a lot of teams. A lot of teams looking just to stay hidden under the cover of ridge sides. Igor has to move out though, but again, Doran's really clean on this one. Unfortunately for Igor's, it will be Regiocio to find that angle, and Doran goes down too. This always had to happen at some point. I was concerned of when it was going to happen. They tried to jump the gun here, which I respect personally. You don't really want to be going for it as the circle shifts away from you, because then so many teams are going to be looking at that spot.
There's the shift in. Comes through. It's not really favouring anyone. I mean, maybe Goat's position on the roadside, but it's kind of nasty out here. It's a very difficult approach. Wolves actually managing to get the res out onto Doran. It's just Igor who remains down in the doldrums. But the Wolves are still taking shots. Coops loves to stay up on these high grounds as long as possible. It's what he lives and breathes for, seemingly. And he is able to get some value out of it this time. Full on the stims, dropping down to the lower rock rung. Oof. Had to heal up a little bit before because APG had his number.
Yeah, APG is just going to remain on this north side. I think what they're trying to do is cut off 9Z as they approach the circle, because they have to come over this ridge side just a little bit. Circle just pushes them out of position there. And then APG can start to worry about pushing down towards the south, but this is their main problem. The team that's in their path is 9Z, but looks like they're actually just going to give it up here and look to try and take pole position down towards the southeast side.
Ooh, that was nasty. Divine wanted to run out. He decided against it.
Oh God,
bad nade. Regiocio has to back off that and actually takes a lot of damage off himself. Claws up into the window. The Molotov there going to slow his approach down. The nade bubbles out. Does do damage, but not much more than that. Gen G looking to close this down. Unlikely for a third party, given that this is outside the next zone. Dami moves up. He's already low as well. Regi dropping a smoke by that window. Dropping the Molotov. Dropping the fire as he hops out the window. Trying to give them the slip. Trying to give him a runaround, trying to channel Jafar from the gauntlet stage. We'll see if he can do it, but he's already taking damage. Tries to run off down the ridgeline, and I think that's going to be the give-up sign for him. Will get sprayed down, and it's reject out. They are eliminated, and they will be locking in 15th place at the end of the day. The question is, how far can APG go here?
Well, they get another. I see, though, look over towards 9Z. Like I said, they had to crest this ridge side, and eventually it's going to become problematic. I think at this point in time, I think you could probably say that, yeah, for APG, it's getting very difficult now to get the 100 points. The amount of eliminations left in the lobby is certainly dwindling away, but a good initial start here versus IC is good.
I mean, they have 9 elims, blank. They need 15, which means they need 6 more than they've got right now. They are available, right? But it all relies on them taking the fights rather than the other two teams. And you've got to think that Gen G want to get stuck into this to allow themselves to move further south. T24 going to be the major face against them right now, keeping them penned into their shack. But if APG can take these shots as well, they might be able to get the flushes too. We'll see if they're able to close this game down. At the moment, they do have one of the better approaches to the circle, I think.
Oh, I mean, I was saying it before, just let you know.
It's not happening. Surely not.
I mean, Zio's got a strong position here. APG APG, the big difficulty is when it starts to move away from them. They really need to get a lot of value out of stage 8 right now before we hit stage 9. They can't really be going into it with these two teams being a full force. That's where it gets really tough for them. I don't think they have a massive amount of utility to work with here. They do have both sides of the road, which is good, which is something that can't be said for IC.
Definitely not. In a circle, do not have an outpost there. Gen G do, but the road crossing is still going to be very, very difficult. They are going to go for it. Oh, sorry, hang on a minute. Yeah, they have just fully gone for it. They are already on the other side. Top is preoccupied with getting these elims on the north side. There's already a knock sent over towards inner circle. Desperately looking for that res as the next zone will start to close fairly soon. Stage 8 will touch, and then we'll go dead center. And because Gen G have moved, exactly where they are is the middle of the circle blank on their roadside. They have managed to find...
And I do think it is quite hard for APG. I think Gen G makes a pretty astute decision for this one. And APG's made the enemy of two significant teams here. Doc makes the run out. It will be some shots going backwards, but not before Doc is taken down. He attempted to get up towards the loot crate, which was the smart choice.
Tries to use that as cover, but Top now is knocked as well as IQ starting to put the pert down on them. Zyol's the next, and Gen G are taking their turn at the top dogs, and they're looking for more as well. Adding these points in, I think at this stage, it's very unlikely of making a century. They might still find the chicken dinner if they're lucky. We'll see what they can do on a third party, because that's the angle they were looking for. Doc able to find one. That goes down as well. The Reefers falls next, and Doc's still going with the blue zone at his back. He's still on his belt buckle, taking those shots. He wants this blood spill.
I mean, IC may have ruined the day, but I think APG might have just ruined theirs here. All things said, though, 9 elims. We wanted to see a good inner circle game towards the end here, and we have certainly got it. IQ goes down as Gen G continues to march forwards towards them.
Inner circle. They've had a pretty decent result over today. Some missteps maybe in the middle, but they want to claim that second place spot and make it a little bit more theirs. Unfortunately, Gen G have something to say, but look at that. Noki able to find one. Satan traded on towards Claws, not quite able to connect on the spray downs, but finally it's into a 1 versus 2, and they will start to step up around the rock. Gen G, don't let it slip away. And it's inner circle to crumble in the face of them. Gen G rising to the top.
Yeah, good stuff there from Gen G. I was a little bit concerned about those sprays at the end there coming through. It didn't look... I don't know how to put it, but either way, it is a good win for Gen G. They'll be happy with it. I think that rotation off towards the east side was smart and regrouping as the 4-man. APG almost had the chance, but they have certainly broke the day record at least, which is something to celebrate here for that team.
Absolutely. It's a lovely result. You can see pretty elated stuff there coming through from Gen G. They are certainly going to breathe a sigh of relief, right? 2 more days to play. We'll see how much further they can go. They're being ushered in for the winning shot, making sure that they have got their necessary media presence felt by our cameras, of course. They've got to line up. Got to make themselves look pretty. Get gussied up as they all huddle in. A really interesting close down, I think, on that day, on that game. APG, it felt like they allowed Gen G to get in, but Gen G definitely took a good decision, and they made the most of it. A brilliant result. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down the game and the day.
Gen G get the chicken dinner right here. And it all starts with this play. Claws with a huge nade onto IQ, able to injure them and then just take advantage of it. Look at that right there. That is how you do it, Neptura. Gen G really needed.
They sure did. We've seen very, if anything, from them, right? Just managing to stay in that top 10. But this is the win that's going to put them firmly on the map now. I love how they played this. I think all three teams that were playing this ridge, it's such a difficult valley to play. They all played it very well, but Gen G just able to take advantage of those stakes, those little fights, and really do what they need to do to secure the win. And I'm going to say it, Max, I don't mind that one of those players actually pushed into the valley to grab that off angle. He did get knocked too far up the hill. Off angle, it was really risky, but I think it really paid off and helped them win.
It was a good position. I like the idea behind it, Niptura, but if you just have a little bit of a smoke, you know, a bit of utility to back up that play, I think it instantly makes it way safer to execute that off-angle position you're talking about next to that ridge on the side of the road. Unfortunately, APG survived way longer than I think anyone expected at the end of this game because they were just getting battered by not only just Gen G, but also in a circle, so they were really having a tough time. But yet, still, it doesn't matter. They were able to successfully transition over the road, and I think IQ in particular, you said it there, Hot Jukes, the fact they get rid of IQ with that nade was just so pivotal to wrap up that win, and good to see then. Mina here, again, doing well. We got, of course, RA dominating the gauntlet, Hot Jukes, and now Gen G with a win to wrap up day one of Group Green. It's nice to see from this region.
Oh, yeah, and it couldn't have happened at a better time right there. You love to see Gen G being able to pull one out. They were, I believe, right there at the bottom, 11th place before this match here, so that's going to definitely put them in a good position going into day number 2. But, man, I got to tell you what, the dominating squad day, it's got to be Alpha Gaming, man. And you're right, so difficult to take down, Max, man. That lay down from top at the end, right, to get that knock, even though he wasn't able to make it out of there alive, was disgusting.
He was on the road. He had nothing
in the
around
open.
him. And he's he's just easy pickings. And then he just gets the most insane 1v1 spray down. That was crazy. Yeah, some of these fights have been just ludicrously good in it throughout the entirety of this final game. Noble, we didn't even see him for a second, but he had a crazy nade bounce against the window frame into a double knock on GS team. Bro, Noble needs to be stopped. This guy is just trash.
Yeah, he is. I mean, we've known him before as the Shotgun King. Now, he's given Doc a run for his money with these nades as well. So, you know, the rest of the lobby better watch out. Noble is evolving, and we love to see it. We also love to see this. I think this final end zone was just so interesting, right, Max? Because you had Wolves up on the cliff, you had IC right below them, you had 9Z up on the north side, up in the fields like that. It was just some
doom, and he just absolutely obliterates everyone in a 400-meter radius. The guy's MVP contender. He did it once in the past for PMGC. Maybe he can do it once again here for 2025.
Think they can here tomorrow, Deptura?
Oh, absolutely. The way they've started, there is no slowing down. Their team synergy, they got it together. They're ready to go for tomorrow, Jukes.
Oh man, well they're gonna be sitting really pretty going into tomorrow. Because as a matter of fact, doing the math here, they are currently with 90 points on top. Okay, remember 4th place. Those are teams that are not gonna go to the grand finals. That 4th place team had 46. That's a 44-point difference, guys. That's right. So that 4th place team needs to double their performance from day one just to be able to make it. At this point, do you think anybody could catch APG, even with the lead like this, Max?
APG, no, but top 3, I would say yes. APG right now, they're just looking too comfortable at the top. Hodgix is hard to catch up.
I have to agree
well,
with
you know
Max
what?
here on this
Yeah.
one.
Let's see if it can happen. You know what? That's it for today, guys. We will catch you guys tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile Global Championship action.